bad guess, but it's bananas.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Ken's Casting Couch. This is my OnlyFans. Oh shit, I'm on YouTube. Damn it. No, this is Ken's Counseling Couch. Welcome to Ken's Counseling Couch. Bad start. That didn't happen. Just don't tell anyone about that. We all on the same page? Okay, good. Good. Just wanted to clear that up. No harm, no foul. Everyone's good. Thank you. Thank you for being understanding. I might need to change because I might be wearing something less appropriate for counseling and more appropriate for casting. So, but good morning and welcome, everybody. Today is episode 19 of Ken's Counseling Couch. We are making it up there. Reports for the report throne. Yep. Welcome to that. I'm still waiting on my OnlyFans verification, and I'm still waiting on getting approved for my adamandeve.com affiliate program. So that way you can use like code Ken's Couch at adamandeve.com and save 50% on your first item. So C4Owen says, is it change or just put on? I'm not answering that. If you want to see the behind the scenes webcam, check out my OnlyFans. But today we have our special guest with us. Karen is here again. Say hi, Karen. Hi. Say hi. Can you speak? No, Karen, you can't speak to a manager. Sit down. Oh, sit back on the couch. Okay. So Karen's here with us again. So say hi, everyone, to Karen. And I'm trying to get more consistent on using the current setup I have with the couch and everything. Punky says, "Oh, Karen Coochie Couch." Yes, she is. She is definitely back, and she's been asking for coupons for I don't know how that works, but she wants therapy coupons or something. It's really weird. I told her that I don't have a manager anymore because of her ass and people like her. So, but such is life. So thank you to so a couple things yesterday. Thank you to Mr. Nick Rakita from Rakita Law. Make sure you follow and subscribe to Rakita Law. He helped me get across 1,000 subscribers yesterday. We've reached the 1,000 subscriber mark. I would never have guessed I would have gotten here this quick. All it took was losing my job and having people come after my personal life. Thank you. Thank you so much for your dedication. Thank you so much for caring enough to come up with a scheme to get me over 1,000 subscribers that involved you basically fucking up my life. Thank you. I really, really do appreciate that. I can't thank you enough for all the help you've been. So, and I'm not trying to come off like a dick or anything right now. It's just, motherfucker. Sorry, I'm just trying to clean up a couple windows and stuff here, and I'm testing out a couple programs I have to help emulate my StreamYard effects. So, say Squallshade says the cease and desist kind of began the whole process. It kind of did. So, do I thank Laura Elkin for me hitting the subscriber mark? Is it really Nick for coming on and whoring himself out? Or is it truly something different? I don't know. Say, it's its own special thing at this point. I'm still. Oh, there we go. Sorry, 1 second. I'm just trying to finish fucking setting up this stupid thing. Why is it doing that? It shouldn't be moving around when I do it on this window. That's so weird. Okay, that's weird. Yes, my screen went black. I am in blackface, as you can tell. Don't ask why. Let's see here. I think right about there is where it would normally be. So yeah, there's a and so I like shouting out programmers and creators and shit who make really good stuff, because one of my hobbies is programming. I actually program in Python, and people have created some really neat shit for like OBS and streaming, and all those kind of things. So if you are a streamer, YouTuber, if you do stuff like this, uh, there are some really cool tools out there that can be helpful. I highly recommend you check them out when you get a chance. Uh, so let me fix. So the program I'm trying to fucking perfect right now is called T-Widget. It's a program. It's a separate program for OBS that allows you to just kind of do the same thing that StreamYard does. So this right here is StreamYard's allowing me to put chats on the screen, right? So I can click on someone's chat in the StreamYard setting, and it lets me put their chat on screen. So what I can do instead is, so let me transition this back over. Uh-oh. Wait, nope, that's the wrong one. Okay, that one's right. Okay. Let me transition this back. And so what this is, oh, what the fuck now? Oh, that's why I closed the program by accident. See, I told you, I'm boomering this today. I told you, fuck it, we're doing it live. We're doing it live. And like Squall said, Boomer Ken is best Ken, yes. Because the only way I'm good at this is by doing it in the moment, apparently. Because anything that involves planning and preparation, fuck it. And surprisingly, and I'm not even lying, that's worked out better for me in a lot of cases than I've ever imagined. I've had situations where I've been doing counseling or shit like that, and I'll be doing counseling with a family or kids or something, and I'll come up with an idea like off the top of my head, like out of the blue, and it's fucking like, okay, this is a big risk. Let's see if it works. Fuck yes, it does. It's great. It's so great when it does work. I'm so happy when that happens. But as I was saying, this here is the program that I am using currently. So when I pull up, for example, Angela Schmeckel, Schmelkel or whatever, I can't pronounce. Don't even ask me to pronounce that right. That's just asking for too much. Okay. So when I do that and I make this source live, it should. I don't know why it's not refreshing. There we go. So when I do that and I put this right about there, it's going to bother me if this doesn't line up right. Right about there is probably good. Come up just a little bit, because it also does like longer messages. So like that. Where's the longer message? There we go. So that's a perfect thing. And so I need to bring it up just a little bit more. And then you can choose different styles with it too. So this is the clean one. This is the classic one. So this is the classic. So that's the kind of one that looks. So that's the T-Widget one. And then this is, if I bring up the exact same message from Squall Shade, where he says you need a better background. Where the hell did it go? And then so that's the StreamYard one. StreamYard one's in blue. The T-Widget one is in red. So it's a pretty cool program. It's pretty simple to use too. I was actually surprised at how easy it is. So let me bring this over. So this is the actual window to use it with. I don't know if that, there we go. So as you can see, it's pretty simple. You just scroll through and click on the next chat. and it pulls it up. So like I've got it covering up the thing right now. But so see, let's see, transition. So see, Punky says he's married. Angela, settle down. JCK is back. Hello, JCK. 17, who was being an absolute dumbass and dick yesterday, who, when asked multiple times nicely, hey, why don't you send me an email about all this shit you're allegedly releasing on me and what's apparently coming out. One of the things I did find out is that he's supposed to be, apparently he posted in one of my YouTube comments that one of the things will be coming out on some dude's stream. What was the name of it? Because I was starting to listen to it. He said to listen to this most recent episode from this person, and then also on Monday, a bunch of really important stuff's coming out. So I'm betting what they're going to probably be doing is doxing me further because they have no self-respect. Because I haven't doxed them at all. I haven't filed any complaints. I haven't called anyone's work. But no, that's asking too much, apparently. Trying to be nice like that is asking too much. And like I said yesterday, I don't care what you do to me, JCK. I don't care if you come after me, if you make fun of me, you do whatever. Do not do anything that involves my wife. I will promise you, you will regret it till the last day of your life. I can guarantee you that. And I do not fuck around when it comes to my wife. That is just something I do not play with. So do not fuck with me. So, trust me, there's very few people that have seen me angry, and that's on purpose. Because one, I'm just generally not an angry guy. And two, I just don't feel a need for it half the time. So, but if you feel like I'm whoring myself out, more power to you, buddy. I don't see how. I don't like that this has happened. If your people hadn't, if you and the people you associated with JCK, JCK says, oh, we have another message from JCK here. JCK says, whoring himself out. I can't stand Nick, but what kind of talk is this? Honestly, there is something weird going on. Are you even a real person? Who are people even sending money to? Investigation? Question mark. Yes. It's not like I showed my literal DD-214 yesterday, dumbass. Literally gave away the city and state I joined the military in. Didn't have to do that. I could have censored that. Gave away all my medals and awards and decks and stuff. I didn't give out my career field because it's a very small career field and everyone knows everyone in there. And just for privacy reasons for what I did, I'm not going into detail on that. Your loss. I'm sorry. But regardless, you guys are acting like a bunch of babies about this. I was a therapist. I lost my job. I had more than a dozen clients at the time, which, because a lot of them were kids with families and shit, more than 24 people's lives were directly impacted because people like you called my job, sent emails to my job, and were responsible for me getting fired. So if you think I'm the person that's the one that needs to be investigated or the one that has a problem, you're way the fuck away from reality there, mister. Sorry. Not trying to come off like a dick, but you're the guy. You guys are the ones that have a problem. I didn't do shit wrong. In fact, I put it out there yesterday, and why don't we make it even more fucking official? Is today, let's see here. Let me see if there's a way to present this that looks really nice. I was trying to find a way that would I could display it on the stream real easy. But as I put in place yesterday, I have offered a $50 bounty to anyone who can prove with citations to the Code of Ethics and with citation to the part of my stream that I allegedly was unethical and doing illegal shit on. You can quote me on it. If you can cite to the specific section or the thing I was doing that was incorrect, I will be happy to donate $50 to a charity of your choice. Or if you seriously need the help with the money, I will help you I will help cover a bill. I'll help you use it to buy food or something like that. I will make sure that $50 gets put to good use. Because yes, I'm giving up $50 of my own money to prove a point. And it's a point that hurts me if I'm wrong. If I end up having to pay $50, it's because I was wrong and y'all were right. And I'm fine with being wrong, but it hurts me to be wrong in the long run. So doing the whole exercise itself is kind of stupid, but that's the point. So I have no problem doing the exercise because I'm that confident in what I did. Because I know I did nothing unethical or immoral or illegal or whatever. Right? So that's where I do not. What's the way to phrase it? I tell every client the first time I meet them, I'm my biggest critic. If I've done something wrong, let me know. I will be the first person that wants to fix it because I don't like when I fuck up. But you got to let me know so I know to fix it. I'm not just going to sit there and go, oh, none of you guys could figure it out. None of you guys could do the right thing. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not that shitty of a person, even though other people are, because y'all can't handle controversial opinions, apparently. So, I don't understand how you find what I'm doing. And JCK, if you have some evidence to show what I'm doing is unethical, illegal, or what I'm doing right now is suspicious or a scam or something like that, please let me know. Provide the evidence. I'll put it on stream right now. Send it to me. Send it to me. KenJenningsKF@gmail.com. Send it. JCK says, and the silly Karen stuff, no way. Swearing like this in the little surveys about straight and gay, blackface, and you guys, this is a scam. This is going to be reported and investigated. Fraud City. All right, so JCK, there's this thing called inside jokes, okay? I'm not sure if you've ever heard of them because normally what happens is inside jokes happen when you have friends. And when you have friends and you guys like talking about certain topics or certain things happen or someone makes a mistake or fucks up, you normally make fun of that person in a friendly way that is meant to be, meant to poke fun at them, but still be a supportive thing, right? So if you have friends, like I said, which doesn't sound like you do, with friends, you have inside jokes. There's an inside joke in the small community with Ricada Law and some of the other people about being late and gay. It's a joke. Also, if you have a problem with me using the term straight and gay, you are attacking an LGBTQ minority right now. So thank you for that. I am technically an LGBTQ minority for being trans. Thank you very much. You are being bigoted as fuck right now. Thank you. Thank you for being a bigot. It's really appreciated. See how this hurts? See how, your actions can hurt people? Your actions are hurting someone of a minority status right now. You are literally hurting someone of a minority status. Also, JCK said, no, you guys, the attorney is behind this. Punky, you need to stop getting counseling from this guy. He is crazy. Oh my God, this is evolving into epic proportional levels, right? Okay. JCK. JCK, Georgia, whoever the fuck you people are, right? Let's clear up the table real quick, right? So let me clear off the table real quick. Actually, let me do this. First, I'm going to do something I've never done. I'm going to evict my guest, Karen. So that way I can talk to specifically this person right now. So Karen's going away for right now. So I can talk to JCK. So him and Georgia and these people can understand. They're the person sitting on my couch right now. And I don't have a way to really visualize that at the moment. If I did, if I had a good image, I'd have them sit on my couch. But one, I am not, have never been, and will never be Punky's therapist. Why? Because I've already told anyone who ever watches my channel and who's reached out to me for assistance, it's not likely the best choice for me to be your therapist because obviously what I do YouTube. You guys see the side of me. This is my personal life. This is what I do as a hobby. There's this thing called ethical boundaries, and part of respecting that would be not having a client who is actively part of my YouTube community. That's what respecting ethical boundaries is. So that's one of the things I actually do care about. So I don't know where you got the idea Punky's getting therapy from me, just because I messaged Punky a few times to say, hey, how you doing? Especially after the Sophie stream, I got fired because she mentioned some very personal shit of very intense detail. And I wanted to make sure she was okay. I don't think that was inappropriate. I don't think that's establishing a client relationship. I don't think you understand how that works. So just wait till Monday, guys. Just wait till Monday. Apparently Monday, everything's going down. I cannot wait. JCK said, Ken, what is your HR policy regarding social media? Maybe that's the issue. No, that's not the issue. The issue is at least Lisa emailed my employer, and I have been able to verify she's emailed my employer because I read the letter. It had her name, email address, and phone number in it, which have been independently verified. That same phone number called me like 20 minutes before I got the phone call from my boss to schedule a meeting the next day. And Lisa has come into my own streams and cited a section from the email that I specifically remember. So if anything, Lisa herself has admitted to and verified, and I've been able to verify Lisa was part of the people who got me fired. I have slowly been verifying other people. But yes, Lisa was one of the reasons I got fired because Lisa made up false statements of fact. She made defamatory statements all in this email to my boss. She lied about the status of the sealing order. She lied about what I was talking about. She lied about the things I was doing. She misrepresented the shit I was saying. And because of that, because I wasn't even able to defend myself against the truth, I had to defend myself against lies and misrepresentations. I couldn't even show a second of the video. Right? So I couldn't even show a second of that video to prove that, oh no, this isn't what really happened, because of the fact that the lies in there were so ridiculous. I lost my job. I lost more than a dozen clients who now, most of them are kids. Most of them are kids between the ages of like 7 and 15, max. Most of them are like in the like 8 to 12-ish, 13 range, because that's a population I work well with. I've always worked well with kids. Technically I work with kids ages 5 and up, but usually like 7 to like 14 is my like best population. Because I do fantastic work with kids in that age. I get good levels of trust and rapport built up, and so that's why I've done that. And so the actions of people like you caused those children to lose some of the most stable things in their life. Weekly therapy with Ken, being able to come and see Ken every week, being able to tell me, hey, being able to talk to you every week, it really helps. I feel better. Hearing from parents. My daughter is, every time she walks, every time, because they did telehealth, every time they're done with a telehealth session, she's always so much brighter the rest of that day. So I kind of curious to see what you're going to drop on Monday. So my husband is in the Air Force and Army as well. Are you an at-will employee? I didn't say you called anyone. I said people like you. You're sitting in here, coming in here. You don't know shit about me. You come in here out of nowhere, literally out of nowhere. I see you in my YouTube comments the day before, not yesterday, but the day before, you popping in out of nowhere. You come out of nowhere. You start accusing me of being a scammer, of lying, of this being fake and shit. What is your problem? Really, what is your fucking problem? How could you do that? How could you come out of nowhere and just start accusing people for shit? People called my boss and said I was getting sexually gratifying myself, or I was getting sexual gratification to reading a sexual abuse allegation of a 9-year-old girl. When you can go watch the stream, it's my re-release stream. I think it's episode 17 now. Go watch episode 17. Go watch that section. Go watch where I literally read the affidavit from top to bottom. That's it. I read it word for word and I showed it on screen. Episode 14, part 2, the one where I was doxxed and fired the next day after, right? All I did was read documents. I didn't pick a side. I didn't say, I support Michael or I support Kelly. I said, I support Sophie and that both parents have made fucking mistakes. Saying that and reading documents got me to lose my job, and 24 people's lives have been impacted because of it. If you're going to run in here, JCK, and start fucking throwing shit out there, oh, wait till Monday. Why don't you put your shit on the table now? Why wait till Monday? Put it out now. Bring it out now. Send me the fucking email. I'll post it on my stream. I could tell you whether you're right or wrong. But don't you dare come in here and start putting out shit you have no fucking understanding of. The harm that people like you have been fucking responsible for the fucking lies and all the other shit you've done. Yeah, I make jokes on my stream. Yeah, I cuss a little bit. So what? That doesn't make me a bad therapist. That doesn't make me a bad person. So why don't you fucking own up to the shit you're doing? Either say, oh, I'm fucking sorry. I shouldn't have done this without actually having evidence. I shouldn't have come in here and made fucking assumptions. Right? I shouldn't have come in here and just made all these assumptions about you. I should have actually asked questions and understood what's going on. But instead of doing that, you walk in here like you've got the fucking Rosetta Stone to interpreting all the shit I've done wrong, which you have not, because you've not yet described a single thing that you understand. You're sitting here talking about my HR department. There was no HR department because the practice was that fucking small. You're sitting here asking me all these other questions. It's clear that you don't know what's going on. I would rather you, JCK, literally right now, and I will apologize to you. I would rather you, JCK, come out right now and say, I'm sorry for making assumptions. I don't really understand what's going on. I would like to learn more. And be sincere about it. And just admit that you fucked up. That's all I've asked from people to do is admit you fucked up. And that's it. I don't want to, all I want for the people who caused me to lose my job, the people who called and emailed, is to admit their fault and try to undo the damage they did and publicly apologize for it. That's it. I have the ability to sue. I have the money to sue now. I haven't done that. I've got the plans in place in case I decide to. I would rather give people the opportunity to make change because that's my fucking job. Fred Blog says, so JCK claims to have a husband who's an attorney and was in both the Air Force and Army. Seems unlikely. Actually, not necessarily. For example, say they went to law school first and then commissioned as an officer in, say, the Army through OTS. And then after so many years, you can switch branches. So it's possible. So they could be like a JAG in the military, or they were a JAG in the military or something like that, or another position like that. So it's not completely off the wall. It's definitely possible. But so I'll give them that benefit of the doubt. Irish wife says, funny how people went after Ken. Yeah, had psych guy on a pedestal. I have to make fun of your spelling of pedestal, Irish's wife. No offense. But it's still funny. I like how you did that though. It's kind of funny. For doing the same thing. Well, no, the thing is, Psych guy is apparently aligned with the idea that Sophie's lying. I have yet to listen to Psych guys. Sorry, Irish's wife. I'm not picking on you. I promise. I'm really being nice. I promise. I have yet to listen to Psych guy's content. I want to. It's just like 4 videos. I've thought about watching them as a group here and listening to them and reviewing them together and see what everyone thinks as we go through them. So Janine says, Ken, who was attacking your wife's stuff? People take online too far. Well, in some of the screenshots that I shared yesterday, I censored the pictures out, or I didn't share the specific sections of the Discord. They searched my name. So they searched my name and they found mine and my wife's like YouTube stuff. And my wife has a YouTube playlist because my wife and I, we've suffered 6 miscarriages together. Right? We've had 6 miscarriages in the 10 years we've been together. So, during those early years, the first few times around, there's a lot of shit to deal with. My wife made a playlist of music and shit to listen to help her grieve and help her cope. And that's part of the screenshots where they've got that pictures of me from a couple different I was interviewed in a couple different news articles for things. One from a business pitch I won. One from when I was a guardian ad litem in the military. They did a news article on several of the gals that were active duty who also did that as volunteering. And so they're talking about how I'm ugly, how I'm disgusting, and they're making all these jokes and shit. And they've also got this picture of and I don't know if I have yet to see specific screenshots of them making fun of the miscarriage and pregnancy and infant loss shit itself. But it's all in that same context. Why share that specific thing if you're not and poke fun at everything else? It seems like you're sure as hell implying it. And I know multiple people are in the chat saying, Janine says, I'm sorry, my husband and I went through the same. That's not something funny at all. Oh, no, it's not. It's absolutely not. It's an absolutely horrible thing. And the worst part is, because my first miscarriage happened when I was 17 with my ex-girlfriend and I. We were still in high school. And being a teenager, being a dad of a pregnancy or infant loss, dads get fucked out of that so often. They don't get thought about. But even in general, there's sorry, my throat's kind of dry and it's a little difficult topic. It's a difficult thing, and people will brush it off, and people will be like, "Oh, you can just have another." No, shut up, go away. I don't want to hear that. Like, that's the wrong thing to say. Don't ever say that to someone who just had a miscarriage. I promise you, that's the worst thing you can fucking say. Don't do that. Like, don't do that. And so, yeah, so I don't care if they come at me. It's not going to really work out for them if they've made board complaints or are planning on it. I already have an attorney picked out to help me with that they've worked with shit like that before from the Department of Health. I already know how to deal with that. It's very unlikely that those will be substantiated, and I'll keep on living. So, and yeah, Squall Shit, I know Lady Rackets and Nick went through that. I think we've talked about it before. And thank you everyone in the chat for your condolences. I do appreciate it. And I know I'm not trying to be like a downer right now, but I'm dead serious to JCK. You have the opportunity right now to own up. And this is the same thing I would do with a client sitting across from me on my couch or in my office, right? Own your mistake, own your fault, and learn how to grow from it. It's okay to say you fucked up. It's okay to admit you make mistakes. You want to know one of the first things I do with a new client? Every time when I'm going through all the paperwork, because you got to do all the bullshit paperwork and consent stuff, I tell them, it's okay to make mistakes. I've made mistakes in this very first session with you. I will make mistakes every time I'm working with you. But the goal is to try to not make that exact same mistake twice. If it's a little different next time, that's still growth. Your opportunity right now exists for growth, JCK. And people tell me I'm too nice about shit like this, and I know. But I truly want people to see this as a learning opportunity. Is if I have to suffer this, thankfully, this didn't happen 5 years ago when I would have put a bullet in my head. Because I would have taken the bullet and I would have left my wife with $400,000 with my life insurance to deal with the fallout, because I wouldn't have known what to do. Because I was not in a good place then. Thankfully, I am so much better now. I got really depressed when I found out I was fired, and I drove straight to my therapist to talk to them and wait to talk to them, because I learned how to deal with and cope with shit. Thankfully, I know how to do that. Not everyone does, and that's a problem. You put people's lives at risk when you do shit like this. When you sit there and undermine and throw people under the bus and act like it's no big deal that someone loses their job. Oh, I have to call their employer. It's I'm righteous. They're being so disgusting because they're reading a document about a little girl's vagina and how she may have been raped or assaulted, and it's all lies and shit, and like they don't understand. Like, it's ridiculous. But JCK, I will give you the opportunity the rest of today's stream to own up to it, and I will personally apologize to you on air for getting pissed off. I will apologize, and if you want, I will fill you in on the back end. You send me an email, you send me a Discord message, I will give you all the details of what happened. I can give you the evidence. I have receipts for everything. Because guess what one of my hobbies is? One of my hobbies is data hoarding. Yes, I'm at reddit.com/data hoarding. I'm one of those people. I like data archiving. I like data hoarding. It's fun. So guess what I do by nature? I keep receipts for everything I do. I keep videos. I take screenshots. I download all the chat comments. Someone, if it's not me, someone else is live recording the comments. Like, on anything that involves this situation now, I can back up the shit I put out there. But you know what people haven't done is be able to back up the shit they state about me. So there's your opportunity, JCK. I really look forward to seeing if you decide to own up to it or not. We will see. So I apologize for that long fucking intro and rant. It wasn't meant to go off base like that. It's just So let me go back up here a second. Wait, some bloody random said Ken's counseling couch. So you admit you talk shit online? Who doesn't talk shit online? Like, I mean, that's pretty common. Like, most people talk shit online. It's pretty fucking common. Uh, Drexel Lord of Simpson Cuck said, even if Punky offered $100,000 a month to be their therapist, yep, I would tell them no, because I would not feel as though there is the boundaries are appropriate at that point. So, and I know that's probably stupid of me right now. Also, Daniel Lindsay said JCK17 might literally be on the spectrum. This is not a diagnosis, but there might be signs of that. Also, JCK said, Tim Foxworth said he doxed you. Correct. I thought he said so. Well, if he did say that, well, thank you for the evidence. I appreciate that. And my stream will archive your chat here mentioning that. So, also, there was one more message you sent that I want to make sure, because, see here. You said you asked if I was an at-will employee, and then you said, nope, sorry. What is your responsibility outside of work, such as working while having a social media presence? My husband is an attorney and will lose his job and be disbarred for this crap. No, he wouldn't. Nick Rakita is an attorney in Minnesota. He has the right to speak. As a person in the United States, you have a First Amendment right to speak. As long as the shit he's doing doesn't involve any active cases of his, and or if he is an active case, he has the permission of his client to talk about it. He can talk about any public case, anything like that, anything that's filed in the court. All of it's fair game. He could talk about it, cuss, joke, laugh, make fun of people, call them whatever names. That doesn't impact the professional aspect. That's what he's doing on his personal time. There's a very, very few amount of restrictions you can put on someone just because they have a license through a government agency. Just because he's a lawyer doesn't mean he can't speak. Just because I'm a therapist doesn't mean I give away my right to speak. I get to keep my right to speak. I get to own up and keep all of that shit. I get to speak freely. Welcome to being in a free fucking country. Say, if you really want to know what my responsibility is outside of work, I did an entire stream going through the NASW Code of Ethics. Is the ethical responsibilities and requirements for my profession, because I'm a clinical social. I'm working on finishing out my licensed clinical social worker. Let me state that correctly before anyone misrepresents me in trips and shit. Right? I'm finishing up to get my unrestricted license because there's a process and it takes forever. And it's fucking dumb. Even then, I still don't lose my right to speak because this isn't a client of mine. Sophie has never been a client of mine. Michael, Kelly, none of them families have ever been clients of mine and never will be clients of mine because I'm publicly speaking about this. That is one of my ethical responsibilities, is to not take on a client where I may have talked about their private shit. That wouldn't be fair to them. So I don't take them on as clients. So I wouldn't lose my job over this. I may have a contract. I might have a lawsuit against my employer based on violation of contract. I'm still trying to figure that part out. It's hard to say at the moment, but no, I wouldn't lose my job just for that. So, and it looks like JCK bitched out. But again, if you pop back in JCK, offer stands on the table. So real quick, let me do the mandatory shilling. Where'd it go? Also, if I'll put this up real quick, if you can prove I violated an ethical principle under the NASW or a Florida ethical or legal obligation, I will donate $50 to a charity of your choice, or will use it to help you. You can find the NASW Code of Ethics by going to tiny.cc/NASW. So please give it a call or give it a link. Check it out. Watch my stream. Prove to me that you know what the fucking you're talking about. So, and then quick, where is also, because I've got the fancy setup today, you can do super chats through Stream Elements. So if you want to send a super chat, quote unquote, and a chat that will guarantee to be read as a super chat, you can go to the link I'm going to drop in the chat. You can go to that link, or if you prefer the shorter version, you can go to supportken.com/tip. Oh, so there's streamelements.com/Ken's Counseling Couch/tip, or supportken.com/tip will take you there either way. So also, for people ask me this all the time, there's my contact information: email, Discord, locals, and voicemail if you ever want to leave a voicemail to be listened to on the show. I was trying to do the Dick Show kind of thing. That didn't work out, but let me put those links here in chat. Couch, tip, and then the other one. All right. So sorry, got to do the mandatory grifting. If not, Nick will drop me as an apprentice. You know how it works. So if you follow Nick, you know I'll lose my. Oh, hi Georgia. Thank you for. I love the comments and shit you've been making in your Discord. Say thank you for coming in here, and I see that you have also, George, you have a very specific misunderstanding of what the actual shit's going on, because you have no idea about my employment. I can give you the receipts. I can give you receipts if you need them, but you are incorrect in the idea that I was fired 2 years ago from a company. I don't care if it's your private Discord. It's not. It's the fact that you did it. If I started coming after you and calling your employer and shit, and started throwing shit out there, because I'll tell you what, it looks really suspicious. I'm just saying, it looks really suspicious that all that's in your server, and some other shit happened, and some of the people in your server that are commenting on that. I'm just saying, it looks really suspicious, Georgia. Also, would I like to join your server? Is that what you're asking? Would you like to invite me to your Discord server? Is that what you mean? Just to clarify, I want to clarify. So I understand, Georgia, that I understand it correctly. If you want to send me an invite to your Discord server, you can definitely do that if you feel as though it would, for whatever reason. There's my Discord. You can send me an invite on Discord, and then send me an invite to your server if you'd like, if that's the intent you're trying to mean. If you mean something else, then I apologize for misunderstanding. But you are incorrect about me being fired from the company that you cited 2 years ago. There was never a Ken Jennings that worked at any company I've ever worked for. you may not have. So I'll do this. I'll give you the same benefit of the doubt I give all my clients and I give everyone who I ever talk to. I will take you at your word. But you're sitting in your own Discord and I have the receipts to prove it. Excuse me. I have the receipts to prove it that, you're in this Discord of yours and where'd they fucking go? I've got him here somewhere. Is this it? But you're sitting in there, and it looks like a legit conspiracy theory, and I don't say that to be mean, but just the way you were stating some of these things in your Discord, like if we pull this up, do I have the redacted version of that? Or no? Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, I think I can re-redact it real quick. I guess I forgot to save it. Okay, so I just need to put that right there real quick. All right, so we'll do this real quick. And thank you for popping in today, Georgia. I appreciate you stopping by. I appreciate the views. Thank you. And I am happy to clear up anything I misunderstood. And how am I misrepresenting myself online? How am I misrepresenting myself online? Because I'm using a persona? Say, using a persona doesn't mean whatever, right? That doesn't mean I use an anonymous name. Ken has been like a moniker I've used for a while. I've been using the identity Ken Jennings online in general for a long time, just as a joke. And then I started using it whenever I did my initial stuff on the Ron Toye stuff a while back. And so I just kept it and I just ran with it because it was people thought it was funny. So that's why I did that. So I don't think that's necessarily inappropriate. Say, oh, Punky, I know. I'm about to be done with it. I've got Georgia here. I want to give her the same opportunity I give other people. So real quick, let me drop this on here. So this is what you posted, Georgia, in your Discord about me. And you have your facts wrong. And that's the thing is right here, you were wrong about multiple things, right? Is there was never a therapist named Ken Jennings in my office. It's in my Discord. I'll do what I want. I didn't say you couldn't. I'm just saying it looks suspicious. It just looks suspicious is all. And, the way you're talking about this is really, and I meant to yesterday, this kind of talk, this level of misunderstanding, if you do know the facts and you're misrepresenting them, you're doing it, I don't know, purposefully, and you're doing it for whatever reason, or you don't know the facts and I'm offering you the chance to know the facts. If you want the actual facts of this situation, because I can point out to you the multiple ways you're wrong here in this image, and I'm fine to do that. But it's definitely something you gotta say, hey, I was wrong about. Tell me what I did wrong, or help enlighten me or whatever. And I'm not saying that to sound like a dick. Is if you didn't, like I offered JCK earlier, if you don't understand, you don't know the facts, admit to it. I will happily share them with you. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt because I do that with everybody. Even though no one's given me the benefit of the doubt. No one has given me the benefit of the doubt the last 2.5 weeks. Everyone has done shit to undermine me, to try and ruin everything. And you proved my own professional separation from my job and my therapy practice stuff in your literal thing here. Because how the fuck can I do this? That will work. Where'd it go? God damn it. Can I drop this in here? Like this. Okay. So if I do this instead, so let me share this window. And yes, it's already censored. Okay, so share this. So if I just make this full screen real quick, this right here, all this right here proves that I have kept my personal and work shit so separate you couldn't put them together. That's a good thing. That's the whole purpose of why I had a fake ID or fake online persona or a pseudonym or whatever you want to call it. And why are you call? Either way, so Georgia, if you can, I have it on screen. You misunderstood the facts of this case. If you want to understand the facts of what's going on, email me, kenjenningskf@gmail.com. Otherwise, you don't make yourself look that good by literally just not being accurate about it. Like you're so inaccurate about it, it's that not even wrong statement. Like you're not even wrong. So there's that. So let's go ahead and get into, so let's talk about our agenda for today. So we have an agenda for today. So agenda. First, finish Misdiagnosis of PAS article. Second, we are going to read a randomly selected court transcript from a reunification. So first, we're going to do the misdiagnosis of the PAS, so parental alienation syndrome. And then second, Georgia, if you're talking about me in there, I know you don't control anyone else does. Neither do I. If you and Janine are arguing in the chat, please take it elsewhere. Regardless. So we're going to talk about misdiagnosis of parental alienation syndrome. And then I have randomly selected an article from a bunch of articles of court transcripts I have on. So from my giant collection of transcripts and testimony on parental alienation cases and shit like that, we will read a randomly selected transcript of direct and cross-examination of a case involving the reunification therapist. And we will see if maybe they were right or wrong in their diagnosis. And then afterwards, we're going to do an interactive thing with the chat, where chat is going to look back at the shit we looked at yesterday, look at the shit we looked at today as it involves PAS, and I want the chat to do an analysis of this randomly selected case. This randomly selected case will provide a baseline for us to look at information. We'll gather the information from the perspective of, say, someone trying to make this assessment, and then we will go from there to I will put up a survey thing through either the Google chats or through a Google presentation for asking questions for people who would like to specifically talk about that. We'll go through and do surveys and shit on that. So, but all right. Does anyone have any questions or things like that before we get into this? Because we're about to really get into this. We're going to dive in deep. I'm going to have to read kind of fast. So also, let me put up the stupid. Wait, nope. That's blocking the thing. I haven't fixed that yet. So damn it. All right. So if there's any questions, now's your chance. Yes, Squall Shade. Is it been randomly selected? I used a program to generate a list of all of the transcripts I have from different court documents I have on this topic, and I ran a pseudo-random generator function in Excel to select a file number, and that file number is the one we will be discussing. So thank you, Microsoft Excel random number generator. So we'll see what happens. But we're gonna get into this. So let me do this. So let's pull this up. We're gonna read through this. And like I said, I'm gonna burn through this pretty fast. So if I'm going too fast, I need you guys to slow me down. Tell me, shut up, stop, those kind of things. And we will, God damn it. All right. I'm just trying to make sure this is all on the screen properly. Wait, why is there a window open? Oh, that's why. Let's see here. Also, I don't think I chilled the GoFundMe either. As you can see at the top, I've got my GoFundMe tracker up here. We're more than that number. So right now the GoFundMe says 73.19. When you include the amount of donations and stuff I've gotten through Stream Elements tips, so that's what 12, about 13, so 86. I think we're somewhere between 86 to 9. So we're between 86 and 90 of the 10,000 goal. But we'll see what happens with that, right? So I want to try and get as much of this so let me make sure that's readable. Is there enough of this on screen let me see if I can make it slightly bigger without cutting anything off. Say, I was trying to crop this shit just perfectly. Okay. There we go. I think that'll work. Is there anyone having any trouble reading this? Is this all legible from your point of view? I can potentially make it bigger if necessary, though. So we'll do this real quick. So we'll do a quick 30-second, 2-minute poll. Is the PDF legible? So real quick, if you guys can answer that poll or just let me know in chat. I want to get going. We're going to go in this hard. I need you guys to grab onto this poll real quick. Grab this poll. Really get into it hard. So get in it very hard. Get in it very well. I need you to give it all you got, girl or boy. So that kind of thing. So again, just make sure it's legible. I see a couple no's. If you're on mobile, Yeah, I know. A 720p stream. If I do that, is it better? So I zoomed in a bit. Does that make it better? I can go between columns if I need to. Also, Punky, you said they're privately restreaming. Do you have information regarding these private restreams? And if so, could you send me a link to one of them if you have access to them so I can record them? So Antropolis, were you able to read it full screen whenever I had both columns showing? Right now I only have one column showing. If I go back to this, I think it was 185. If I go back to this, is it still legible? Is the important question. So at 2 columns, is it still legible? Look, Karen, I only have the 720p. What is it? I only have the 720p quality level from StreamYard because I'm not paying $50 a month. So eventually I will be transitioning away from StreamYard. Even though I like it, it's really simple. The brand management shit, the video organization, it's really nice. Honestly, it's worth the money to pay for the $25 a month. Is if you're trying to just do a stream and get shit going. I'm trying to customize and find my niche now. So yeah, if you're having trouble with the resolution, make sure you set the 720p in your advanced settings on your phone or on your browser. Click on the little cog or the triple dot menu if you're on your phone, I think it is. Or it might be the cog menu too. So let's go into this. So I'm going to restart because we had Nick come in yesterday out of the blue. And not that that's a bad thing, but Nick kind of showed up out of the blue yesterday, popped in the stream. I brought him on. So also, I'm trying to adjust my mic stand real quick, so give me a minute. Also, someone in chat earlier, I think Antropolis said it. You said that Psych Guy said that Sophie was coached. If that's the case, can you send me, if you know them specifically, which of the 4 videos he talks more about the coaching and why he justifies it as coaching? Because I would really, really like to see how he makes that assessment. And I'm not saying that like he's wrong. Like, I'm dead serious. Like, if he's doing it in a different way that I'm missing, then that's fine. I'm happy to learn more. But I only know that if I have access to it, right? So, damn it. Okay, we should be about ready to go. Just trying to plug in my pen tablet real quick. Trying, because there's a lot to go through today. And this might be a bit easier to use instead of trying to use my mouse to follow along. So, if not, it's not like I can't just set it to the side. So, that too. All right. So, we are going to end the poll. And so, I think Shadow King mentions a really good point right now. Imagine reading this anyway. I just listen to Ken in the background while I watch porn. That's an appropriate way to watch the show. In fact, it might also be the factory recommended settings to watch Ken's counseling couch. No, shit, my bad. That's how you watch Ken's casting couch. On Trouble said, I only watched the first one. He based opinion on very little information. I'll see if I can find it. Have you seen my video on Tropolis? It's privated right now. But have you seen any of my assessments on the Sophie videos that I made my determinations off of? And if so, how do you feel, if you did see them, how do you feel they compared to Psych Guys? So I might need to unprivate those. So, but see, Punky, This right here, I don't associate with them, but they do. See, ladies, this is how you handle shit up front and not behind each other's backs. Yeah. So, Punky, I think kind of as part of the conversation we've had in the background, you know, I know that you said this whole situation's been kind of a personal development for you. Like you've recognized your own growth potential from all this. And I'm glad that you were able to take something away from all this. I'm glad anyone is, to be truthful. No one should have to go through what I've gone through, because a lot of people would have put a bullet in their head. And that's not fair to anybody just because you want to read a document. That's all I wanted to do. So, also, Rain Baby says, "Hey, Kenny Punky," and Finding Hope popped in. Hi, Hope. So I'm gonna see if So here's what I'll do: is I know you said you wanted to help check some of my videos. I'll send you those 2 videos first to review, because it's a 2-part stream. Because I wasn't able to finish it, and then at the end of part 1, I think we watched Rescue 911 for an hour because it was so depressing. So yeah. All right. Everyone put your game faces on. Let me see your war face. And let's do this shit. So let me lock my sources so they don't fucking move. Oh, you okay, babies? Oh, give me 1 second. My dog's having a problem. Sorry. My dog was having a nightmare. When she has them, she starts like whining and shit real loud. It's kind of scary. She does this shit all the time though. So, wait, someone brought donuts? Fuck you guys for not giving me any. All right, so here we go. Game time. All right, let's bring out our highlighter, which everyone knows is if you highlight shit, you're sick and disgusting pervert. So welcome to the highlight game. So we'll start with the overview. So this is from the International Handbook of Parental Alienation Syndrome, Conceptual, Clinical, and Legal Considerations. This was edited by Richard A. Gardner and a few other people. Gardner was one of the people responsible for the development and helping parental alienation syndrome become more widespread. There is controversy surrounding him as a practitioner. He was a medical doctor who became a psychiatrist, as part of his residency. And then over time, he's published a lot of books. A lot of them were self-published. There's criticism with that. And there's also criticism as it relates to his feelings. People criticize him strongly on parental alienation syndrome and shit like that. So I will put that out there. There is background on it. I'm not going through that today. That may be its own stream. But today, we are focusing on going through the misdiagnosis of PAS. So yesterday, we went through what is parental alienation syndrome. We did a lot of fucking research on that. We did a lot of digging. And, our goal was to, okay, just making sure I didn't fuck that. Our goal yesterday was to make sure that we had a good understanding of PAS, that people could rightfully understand it, and people are working. We also watched a PhD professional do their own assessment of. They did a whole training on it. We watched a counseling education, a continuing education video for counselors on PAS, which I thought was really cool. And I hope everyone liked. So today we're going to finish with the other side of it. So yesterday was how to diagnose it. Today is how do you tell if it's a misdiagnosis? Say, do I need to do a goddamn poll over highlighter color? You children, calm down. All right. So overview, the issue of parental alienation syndrome. God damn it. Is increasingly raised in court. Unfortunately, PAS is frequently misunderstood and oftentimes misdiagnosed by mental health professionals. This chapter presents the baseline data and criteria required to correctly diagnose PAS and then focuses on potential causes for the misdiagnosis of PAS. Recommendations are included for the training of mental health professionals to correctly diagnose PAS. Okay, that sounds like a plan. That sounds smart. So let's do that. And I need to change tablets because that one's way too big. All right, so introduction. All right. Also, let me. Wait, you said Karen took away your crayons? Well, shit. Do I still have crayon? Hold on. I might have crayons for you. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to make everything all better. I'll make everything all better. Okay. There we go. There's some crayons for you guys. I don't want you guys to miss out. There's some crayons. There we go. Hopefully that'll help you guys calm down a bit. It's a big pack. You guys can share. No fighties. I don't want no fighting over this shit. So make sure you share the crayons. Don't do anything that would piss me off. So if I find out you're not sharing, I will ground every single one of you, and other things I can't say on stream. So there you go. Oh, 1 second. God damn it. Where'd it go? Okay, here we go. All right, so did I PP? That's right. Nope. It doesn't work that way. I'd have to do display capture, won't I? Yeah. All right, give me 1 second. Fuck it, we're doing it live. I meant to do the different type of source. That's on me. Okay. I think that will work for today. Wait. God damn it. Why does this always fucking not work right? There we go. Let me lock everything before I fuck everything else up. There we go. Because I want to use my PP ink so I can show my arrow. Because I like it for reading along. I think it works well for reading along. So my PP is out now. My PP arrow's out. All right. Oh, need to put that back up first. There we go. All right, now we're good. All right, so introduction. So if I turn it on, doesn't it? If I don't see the Emperor's new clothes, what's wrong with me? If the hand is faster than the eye, then what about the mind's eye? Questions like these often careen through my mind after I have been involved in a case for which the diagnosis or misdiagnosis of PAS is at issue. By the time I testify in such matter, I have reviewed reports by court-appointed mental health experts, law enforcement personnel, guardians ad litem, child protection team members, videotapes of interviews, transcripts of depositions of the parents, and an array of motions filed by the parents' respective attorneys claiming either the existence of PAS or non-existence of PAS. Having reviewed this mountain of material, I am often left wondering, who knows what about PAS, and I am looking at the same data as these other professionals. Clearly, all the professionals behave as if they know. However, it is what they know, or what they think they know, or what they don't know that interests me. How could so many professionals look at the same data and arrive at opinions that are in total opposition? Is it that we just don't see the same thing? Is it that we are looking through different lenses? So a lens, for those who aren't familiar, is like a therapy lens. So you have different types of therapy practice. So that's what he's probably referring to. Or is it that we're looking differently at the same thing? I'm oftentimes left feeling like the nameless physician from the opening scenes of Michael Crichton's movie The Terminal Man. The scene takes place in a large auditorium where the scientists of the future are explaining how they're going to implant a device into a man's brain to cure his violent behavior. From the back of the auditorium, a doctor stands and quietly asserts that the man is obviously a paranoid schizophrenic and that the implanted device in his brain will only serve to worsen his condition. I actually agree with that. The doctor's diagnosis is ignored. The others know better. Keep that in mind. One way I prefer to conceptualize the process of misdiagnosis is that what is actually being looked at is how one knows something or how one doesn't know something. In essence, how one looks at something and what one perceives or doesn't perceive about what is being looked at. Either road can lead to error. One can perceive or know something that isn't true, or one cannot know and not perceive something that is true. Both paths lead to the creation of an illusion. One sees what isn't there, and one is... Oh, hold on. All right, let me make sure I scroll down far enough. Think right about there. Oh, wait, actually, I can make my job a little bit easier. If I go like this. Wait, is that showing up over the thing? Okay. The ink and then arrow. Wait, why is it not? That's so weird. Why is it not? There we go. Perfect. Sorry about that. Trying to make this a little bit easier without having to unclick the button every few times. Both paths lead to the creation of an illusion. One sees what isn't there, and one doesn't see what is there. It is the sleights of mind, to steal a phrase from Harold Boris, 1994, that I'm interested in exploring in this chapter. I believe that the misdiagnosis of PAS is based on these created illusions, these sleights of mind. This chapter begins with a presentation of the baseline data and criteria necessary to make the diagnosis of PAS, and then discusses the need to correctly diagnose PAS. The following section reviews the literature concerning the possible causes of the misdiagnosis of PAS. The subsequent section presents this author's views concerning factors that may contribute to the misdiagnosis of PAS. A final summary section offers recommendations for training professionals to correctly diagnose PAS and suggestions for future research. Is there anything faster than the mind's eye? Baseline data and criteria necessary to diagnose PAS. So we're moving on to the next section. So that was the introduction. Now we're on the next section. So some of this highlights from yesterday, so please ignore it if you're new. If you remember from yesterday, then congratulations, you get 5 bonus points on your test later. So baseline data. Gardner, 1985, introduced the term, quote, parental alienation syndrome in his seminal article, Recent Trends in Divorce and Custody Litigation. The article defined PAS and enumerated its symptoms. Gardner, 2001b, notes that the original definition from 1985 remains the standard for diagnosing PAS. The definition states, and this is a quote, oh my God, my throat's drying up so fast. All right. So the definition states, the parental alienation syndrome, PAS, is a disorder that arises primarily in the context of child custody disputes. Its primary manifestation is the child's campaign of denigration against the parent, a campaign that has no justification. Remember, keep some of this stuff in mind. All this shit's important. It results from the combination of a programming or brainwashing, parents' indoctrination, and the let me scroll up. Oh shit. Okay, there we go. So it says, the last sentence, it results from the combination of a programming or brainwashing, parents' indoctrinations, and the child's own contributions to the vilification of the target parent. So we're picking back up here by the orange. When true parental abuse and or neglect is present, the child's animosity may be justified, and so the parental alienation syndrome explanation for this child's hostility is not applicable. This is important. Keep this in mind as we talk about our randomly selected article later. Keep it in mind. In the first edition of the Parental Alienation Syndrome 1992A, Gardner further delineated the concept of PAS to include 3 types of PAS. Table 16.1 was created by Gardner, 2001b, page 62, to assist in the differential diagnosis of PAS. The table lists 8 primary symptomatic manifestations of PAS. Also, keep this in mind because you guys will need this later for the interactive thing we're going to do. Additional differential diagnostic considerations and the 3 types and levels of PAS. Gardner notes that in relation to Table 16.1, quote, the level of PAS diagnosed is based on the children's behavior and not on the degree of indoctrination to which the child may have been subjected. Keep this in mind. It's highlighted for a reason. So, just saying. This definition of PAS, including the symptomatic manifestations at different levels, is the baseline criterion. So this is where you start. You have to get and start from these criteria necessary for the diagnosis of PAS. Since 1985, Gardner continued to write about PAS, providing further clinical examples of the manifestation of the disorder and focusing on selected topics to assist evaluators in accurately diagnosing it. For example, in the second edition of the Parental Alienation Syndrome 1998b, Gardner included a new chapter to assist professionals in differentially diagnosing PAS from bona fide cases of abuse and or neglect, which, while I'm thinking about it, give me 1 second. I need to turn that off while I open up something, because I feel like I can find this citation and get this book, because I'm curious as to the differential diagnosis criteria that they put in the new one. The parental alienation syndrome. Sorry, I'm trying to find the book on LibGen real quick. Fuck, it's only the first edition. Damn it. Or wait, no, is this the second one? Huh. Maybe it is the second one. Either way, I'm going to download it just in case, because it would be very interesting. Let's see. Abuse. Oh wait, no, it's the same fucking thing, isn't it? Where is this? Yeah, damn it. I can't find that book. Sorry. I thought that would have been really helpful to have. So I tried, guys. I tried. So cut me some slack. Also, I'm not able to pay as much attention to chat as I would like. If you really need me to answer a question, can my mods tag me, or let me see. I'm going to have my mods. I'm going to have our normal room in Discord in my Discord setup. So if you're a YouTube mod and you're in my Discord, I've got that channel open on my phone. So that way I can, if anyone does have important questions to ask. So, Twisted Puppet, I will mute you if you keep talking about Anthropolis. The title is it's the parental alienation syndrome. It's this thing right here, but it needs to be the second edition. I don't see it on LibGen. I haven't been able to check Sci-Hub, but it's not on LibGen. Tara K. So, parental alienation syndrome, it is a syndrome. It's not in the DSM. There was discussion about putting it in the DSM when the DSM-5 was being released because there is also a lot of controversy around it. And I have not yet had a chance to dig into it. I'm presenting you guys the scholarly research and articles on it. People have bitched at me that I don't know what I'm talking about with regarding PAS or parental alienation. So you know what? The best way to fucking do that is, and to counter that is, learn. Guess what we've been doing the last 2 days? We've been learning together. We've watched continuing education on parental alienation. We've read multiple scholarly articles and books on parental alienation. So I think we're doing quite okay. So what in the fuck did I just do? Okay. Control, and that one, that's the pen button, and that's undo. Okay. Sorry, I was just trying to remember my shortcut keys to my pen tablet so I could save some time. Okay, so, oops, did not mean to highlight that. Oh, back up. And then open this back up, trash that. Pen, pointer, okay. All right. Okay, so in addition to providing the criteria for diagnosis of PAS, Gardner has also provided the specific protocols for evaluators to utilize in the diagnosing of PAS. So that's helpful too. The need to correctly diagnose PAS. It's kind of funny that you have to make this its own title, right? It's kind of scary in a way. Wait, did someone find the second edition? Why do I see the name Send It? Anthropolis. Yeah, just send it to me in Discord. I'll pull it up on my phone or whatever. So, all right, let's continue. This is a long fucking article we have to get through today. All right. It's long, hard, and full of scholarly research. A misdiagnosis can result in either a false positive result or a false negative result. Both are illusions. In the misdiagnosis of PAS, a false positive result occurs when the examiner diagnoses PAS, but it is not PAS. Thus, what doesn't exist is created. The examiner creates something out of nothing, or creates PAS out of something else. A false negative result occurs when the examiner doesn't diagnose PAS, but it is PAS. Thus, what does exist is unseen. The examiner creates nothing out of something that does exist, or creates something else out of PAS. Gardner has repeatedly emphasized the need for the accurate diagnosis of PAS, as it can be seen from the quote at the beginning of this chapter. He wrote, let me scroll down. He wrote, I cannot emphasize strongly enough that evaluators, and so we're going to skip this for a second, should never lose sight of the crucial medical dictum, diagnosis before treatment. Gardner also wrote, it is important that a proper diagnostic evaluation be conducted in order to ascertain specifically in which category this child's symptoms lie, mild, moderate, or severe. Each type warrants a very different approach. Keep this in mind. This is no different than the sad thing is like these are basic principles of therapy. Like a milder, severe case of PTSD will be treated differently, right? You take different treatment methods based on what's going on. Failure to make this discrimination may result in grievous results with significant psychological trauma to all concerned parties. The two major factors identified for the need to correctly, accurately, and quickly diagnose PAS are time and the effects of PAS. So time is the first one, and then the effects of PAS is the second one. Also, I think I need to make that a little bigger. So, a little bit bigger. Okay, that's better. Okay. First one is time. Concerning time, Rand wrote an appropriate diagnosis of PAS, including the level of severity. So we're down here, but we're scrolling back up. Gardner recommends can make the difference between allowing a case to go beyond the point of no return or intervening effectively before it's too late. Ward and Harvey made a similar point when they wrote, by recognizing alienation in its early forms, prevention of future harm to the child and family may well be possible. Intervention at any point along the continuum of harm is crucial to prevent further harm. Niggemeyer reviewed Garrity and Barris's 1994 work, Caught in the Middle, Protecting the Children of High Conflict Divorce. Niggemeyer wrote, Garrity stresses the need for early recognition of parental alienation because while time is spent identifying and interrupting alienating activities, the alienation becomes more powerful and effective. Regarding time, Walsh and Bone wrote, so we're going to read that, but we're going to go back up here. Yes, I pronounced that right, unlike the thing I mispronounced yesterday. Screw you guys. That was the thing I was most afraid of fucking up today. Thank you. I read someone's name before someone clips me out of context and calls me a racist. Here we go. Let's just clarify this real quick. So we're down here. We read this name. We read this name right here. Just so everyone's on the same page, we read that name. I believe I pronounced it correctly. Yeah, I know, Twisted Puppet. Poor guy. But fuck you, hello there. That's not funny. I'm still traumatized from that yesterday. I'm still traumatized. Stop doing that. But thank you, Vintage Gamer. I'm glad that you caught that in the way you did because that's fucking hilarious to me. So, sorry about that. Punky said, when did the crayons come out? The worst dude ever. People were bitching about crayons earlier. People not sharing or someone stole their crayons. So I went ahead and threw the mega pack out there for everyone to have. So table 16.1, the differential diagnosis of the 3 levels of parental alienation syndrome. So this is, again, relies on the child symptom level. Not what the parent's doing. Not what the parent's doing. Not the parent's behavior. This is based on the child's symptoms. Keep this in mind. I will see farther. Hello there. Thank you. So primary symptomatic manifestations are here. Also, let me do that real quick. Okay. So primary symptomatic manifestations. You have mild, moderate, and severe categories. So these are those 8 things we talked about yesterday. And this is how you can kind of diagnose it. Now, this is subjectivity in here. You're going to see that. There's a little bit to a lot of subjectivity here, right? So we'll start with we'll do this. So let me, oh shit, go back up. All right. So we'll start here with the main symptom items. So right there, primary symptomatic manifestations. So the campaign of denigration may or may not include a false sex abuse allegation. So that's the denigration. So that's like the really significant level of like bad talk about the parent. They don't. There's like nothing positive about it. Shit like that. So, and I can pull up those in further detail if we need to highlight them again. So a mild diagnosis would be minimal level of that. Moderate would be moderate symptoms, and then severe diagnosis would have formidable symptoms from this factor. So factor number 2. So we have weak and frivolous or absurd rationalizations for the deprecation. So again, mild, minimal symptoms, moderate symptoms, and then severe, multiple absurd rationalizations, right? So you're talking things like, I hate mom because mom is so, I can't stand to be with mom. Mom's horrible. She chews her food so loudly. She doesn't let me play outside after 5 p.m. She wants me to have my homework done before I get to play video games. Like crazy level and weak rationalizations that they want nothing to do with that parent. So think about that. So, and then you have next, lack of ambivalence. So this is dad's all good, mom's all bad, or mom's all good, dad's all bad. So a mild diagnosis, you're talking normal levels of ambivalence. So it's like okay, mom's got something, she's stupid or bad about her. I hate mom for this, but I love her for that. So that's kind of normal. A moderate case, there's no ambivalence at all, and severe, there's no ambivalence at all. So moving on to number 4, the independent thinker phenomenon. For a mild case, it's usually absent. You don't really see it. For moderate and severe cases, it is present. And then for number 5, reflexive support of the alienating parent in the parental conflict. Oh, damn it. I highlighted that one twice. What the fuck? I'm just like highlighting that one multiple times. Fuck it. So we're in this section here. So for mild, minimal symptoms, moderate, it's present, and for severe, it's present as well. Absence of guilt about alienating, of being like disowning the parent. Like, I want nothing to do with mom. There's no guilt about it. She owes me toys. She owes me money for all the shit I've had to put up with. That level of stuff, right? So for a mild case, normal guilt, like, oh, I kind of feel guilty. I don't want to talk to mom anymore. I don't want to talk to dad anymore. But, they did all these things that may or may not be rationalized. But I don't know. I still kind of feel guilty. Moderate, minimal to no guilt. So there's a little bit to none. And then for a severe case, you're talking no guilt at all. So borrowed scenarios. These are those scenarios that are weak in rationalization. And they're weak scenarios. They can't be backed up when you ask them to back it up. So they'll state something and they don't have the ability to back it up. They can kind of draw blanks. So for mild case, you're talking minimal presentation of that. For moderate and severe cases, that's going to be present. And then you have spread of the animosity to the extended family of the extended family and friends of the alienated parent. Right? So let me hide this. So for a mild case, there'll be minimal levels of that. It will be present in a moderate case, and formidable and often fanatic levels of that in a severe case. So there's an importance to doing this whole thing, right? So having this whole thing right here happen is you're supposed to go through and, like, for example, there's something like this for autism spectrum disorder, is you go through and you have to, like, okay, well, there's these symptoms, they're this level of severity. And then it's important because you need to characterize it properly, because you treat a mild case of PAS, a moderate case, and a severe case of PAS differently. Just like you treat autism, you treat PTSD, you treat depression. Someone who's majorly depressed needs a hell of a lot different treatment than someone who's a little bit of depression, right? So this was the primary symptomatic manifestations, right? So this is the primary shit. Now we're going to touch on additional differential diagnostic considerations. So these are extra things to think about when we do this diagnosis. And again, just for, God damn it. just for the people who might not remember, let me draw it real quick because I can. So this column was, this was mild. Oh, God damn it. This is mild. Yes. This is moderate. And then this one's severe. Well, holy shit. It helps if I don't write over the words. Okay. Just as a reminder. Okay. And then, so we'll go back to this. So the additional differential diagnostic considerations, transitional difficulties at the time of visitation. So how difficult is it for them to go back and forth between parents or when you're doing visitation? So for a mild case, usually absent. Not really going to see much. Moderate case, moderate levels of difficulties. And then for a severe case, a formidable or visits not even possible because of how the child's behavior is acting. Remember, this is all child's behavior in this section, right? The next one, behavior during visitation. How are they while they're at their other parent's house? How are they at the alienated parent's house? For a mild case, they're pretty good. Moderate case, intermittently antagonistic and provocative. So they might be a little provocative while they're there. They might not really want to be there. For a severe case, no visit or destructive and continually provocative behavior throughout the visit. So like the entire time they're there, they're just fucking hell on earth child. Like the whole time. Bonding with the alienator. So the person who's causing the alienations, right? For a mild case, they're pretty strong, healthy bonds. So normal, what you would expect, strong bonds with that parent. Again, alienator, so the person who's doing the alienating. For a moderate case, strong, mildly to moderately pathological. So they have strong bonds, but there's a potential that they're going beyond healthy to something more pathological, something maybe more severe in nature. And then for a severe case, a severely pathological, often paranoid bonding, right? So, they're very paranoid about the bonding with their parent. They probably have, again, based off of the other symptoms too, their views of their parent, the reasons they're rationalizing not going to visit their parent. And then you have bonding with the alienated parent prior to the alienation. So that's important too, right? Prior to the alienation. For a mild case, strong, healthy, or minimally pathological. For a moderate case, strong, healthy, or minimally pathological. And then for a severe case, strong, healthy, or minimally pathological. So you should see this being kind of normal prior to alienation. If it's something different, like if the bonding wasn't normal prior to the alienation, then it's not necessarily parental alienation, because the parental alienation itself is a change in the bond between the parents. So does that make sense? Are we tracking with that? Like, does that make sense as far as that goes with this specific thing down here? Like, if these things are different than this, then you're pointing at something possibly not parental alienation. So let's continue on. So we left off here. So regarding time, Walsh and Bone wrote, so we'll pick up here. Oh. Heal the relationship. The child requires quality time with the targeted parent and continued communication to serve as a reality check and in order to counterbalance the effect of ongoing alienation at home. The alienating parent, on the other hand, requires time to complete the brainwashing of the child without interruption. Thus, manipulation of time is a prime weapon in his or her hands. Dune and Hedrick wrote the following concerning time in PAS. Hold on one second, I gotta scroll down a bit. A failure to appropriately identify and intervene in the early stages of these cases may result in the alienating parent being given professional support for his or her position, reinforcing the child's need to maintain or expand complaints about the alienated parent. So think about this. So the child would need to maintain or expand their complaints that they have with the parent, right? Because they also need to try and continue to justify it why they're trying to stay with the alienated parent, even though the kid doesn't necessarily recognize what's going on. This is the capacity to more firmly entrench the syndrome and to enhance the severity of the dynamics. All right, so let's continue. Cartwright stated, while this tends to support the old adage that time heals all wounds, such is not the case with PAS, where the passage of time worsens rather than heals the affliction. Cartwright then discusses how time can be utilized to counter the effects of alienation by allowing the child quality time with the alienated parent to repair that relationship, or by the alienating parent to continue and foster alienation within the child. Cartwright concludes his discussion of time. The goal of the alienator is crystalline: deprive the lost parent not only of the child's time, but of the time of childhood. So that's really deep if you think about it. Because as you're alienated, you're talking weeks, months, or years of alienating it. Daniel Lindsay, I have no idea how to read. That's automatically assigned by Stream Elements. But you're welcome. So I'll take the compliment. There is a surcharge fee. I can't do that. I can't do that. Is there any questions so far? So here's what I'll do. Any questions? So far, is there any questions? I'll make it a poll real quick. I want you guys to get on my poll real quick. Answer that. I'll give you guys like 30 seconds. If there's any questions so far, we'll go ahead and we can ask those real quick, and we'll move on. And if you did answer yes, tag me in chat and ask me your question. I will answer it real quick. And I want everyone to try and be on the same page and understanding level. Again, I know a lot of this is like master's and doctorate level information. Like, this is not like reading from like a minor magazine or something you find in a Times magazine. Like, this is real in-depth clinical shit. A little bit boring, I will give you that, right? James K. Questions relating to the content. So questions relating to the article or this topic. I understand your sentiment, but I will not answer that. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that there's no questions at the time, and I will continue on. So we're moving on to the next thing so let's see. So we're moving on to effects of PAS. So it was time and then effects were the two main things, right? So let's do this. So let me scroll down a little bit more. So let's do this. Concerning the effects of PAS, Warshak wrote the following response to some therapists who advised against treating PAS because they did not know its effects. My response: parental alienation is the effect. When a child has more than a momentary hatred or fear of a parent or grandparent, when that formerly loved adult has done nothing to deserve such rejection, this is a serious problem. It seems odd to demand that we discover other effects of parental alienation before taking it seriously and trying to alleviate it. I can kind of be on board with that pretty much. That makes sense to me. In addition to the 8 symptomatic manifestations of PAS delineated by Gardner, other authors have contributed to the literature on the effects of PAS. For the purposes of this chapter, the literature reviewed will be limited to the effects of PAS on children. Cartwright expressed concern that excessive alienation might trigger mental illness in the child. That I could see that. He wrote, unfortunately, alienation becomes so powerful as to trigger other forms of mental and emotional. And then so we got to scroll up here. Too far. Illness with resultant maladaptive behavior. He emphasized the need for increasing the knowledge base concerning the medium and long-term effects of PAS. Cartwright thought that the short-term effects of PAS were, quote, known and obvious. He described the short-term effects of PAS upon the child thusly, quote, Far more serious is the effect on the child who experiences a great loss, the magnitude of which is akin to the death of a parent, two grandparents, and all the lost parents, relatives, and friends all at once. It can readily be seen that this represents a staggering loss for a child, even greater than the actual death of one parent. Moreover, since the child is unable to acknowledge the loss, much less mourn it, it becomes a major tragedy of monumental proportions in the life of a child, the seriousness of which cannot be overestimated. I'm mostly on board with that. I mean, I have my personal disagreements as I'm going through this. So, and I'm trying to be, fair about this. And, that's what you would expect from any other professional. You're going to have their insight, their thoughts and shit on it as well. I hope I'm not boring everybody to death. So I'm very sorry if that's the case. Waldron and Jonas devoted a section of their article, Understanding and Collaboratively Treating Parental Alienation Syndrome, to the effects of PAS on the child. They wrote, the effect of PAS on the child is never benign. It's malevolent and intense. These authors thought that the severity of the effects of PAS on the child would be determined by the extent of brainwashing, the time enmeshed with the alienating parent, the child's age, the presence of the healthy support persons in the child's life, and the degree to which the child believes the delusion. Waldron and Jonas thought that these effects span all areas of the child's functioning. In the areas of identity and self-concept formation, the child's internal psychological and emotional organization becomes centered around the rejection of the TP, the target parent. So the target parent's the alienated parent, the one that's being targeted by the alienator. So I do have a question real quick. It's an important question. So let me, oh, damn it. Hold on. I need to move this to a different window. There we go. So where'd you go? Where'd that question go? Damn it. Where'd that question go? James K asked, are there any clear behavior signs of PAS, or is this all subjective? I understand this article is attempting to give guidelines for differential diagnosis, but what does the court ostensibly think Sophie exhibits PAS? Well, at this moment, I'm not talking about Sophie. One of your homework assignments for this class today is to keep in mind those 8 guidelines, those 8 characteristics for that thing, right? Because what I'm going to do at the end here is I'm going to have you guys analyze this case and provide your own evidence. And if someone wants to come up on stream and present their evidence, that would be fun as well. I think it would be a very fun and interactive kind of way to do the stream, right? So let me bring the display capture back up. Sorry, the only way to do the fucking big pointer thingy is if I display capture and I had to move shit around different windows. So okay. But no, it's a real good question. I know that so there are those behavior signs. It was those 8 manifestations. If we go back up, where are we at right now? Let me bookmark where we're at. So let me do this. So let me we were going to continue right here, so let me bookmark that. Up here. So what we'll do is I'll help to answer your question. We'll go back up real quick. So we'll scroll back up here. These are your manifestations of that behavior, right, James K? So it's these things right here that the child's going to do that are what you're looking out for, right? So you have your primary ones. These are the 8 that Gardner started. And so you basically have, and I hate the way this table's laid out. It's bothering me to like a different level. But so for example, the weak, frivolous, or absurd rationalizations for the deprecation, right? That one right there. A good example of that, like a way you would be able to characterize that would be, so a behavior sign for that, right? Like I was using the example of, and it's been mentioned in some of the other articles we've read, the child, takes significant issue, and their reason for not wanting to be around that parent and engage with that parent, they don't like the sound of the way they chew or eat their food. Their rules are too strict. Like they're frivolous, or they're minor things. They make absurd rationalizations, and that's one of those manifestations. So it's not like just this one thing is a specific sign. It's like a category. So you have this category of the weak, frivolous, and absurd rationalizations for the deprecation. So things have to fit within that scope. So each of these are kind of scopes. Like if I scroll up a bit so you can see it, absence of guilt right here. So right here is the absence of guilt. So that's, I have no guilt at all that I don't want to see mom or dad anymore. Fuck them. They're awful people. They didn't get me my Hot Wheels car collectible set for Christmas. They need to buy that for me. I don't care how much money it is. Like, I shouldn't feel guilty because they didn't get me my Hot Wheels. And I still haven't gotten my Barbie dream house, Mom. Thank you. So, yeah, I still haven't gotten my Barbie dream house, Mom. I'm still pretty upset about that. Thank you. Why is that not fucking working? That's weird as shit. Hold on. Is this still working? What? Okay. So this works over here. Okay, now it's working good. My audio avatar stopped working for a second. I was trying to figure out why. So as long as it's working now, it's not showing it working on the stream. That's so weird. It's showing it working on the virtual cam, but it's not showing it working on the other thing. Is it because I'm bringing this up? Is this causing it to override it or something? I don't know. That's weird. So James K, I hope that answers that question. Also, let's see. Tara asked, what age does a child usually realize PA is happening? Well, that's the thing, is the child doesn't always realize PA is happening. That's the thing in itself, is if the child realizes it's happening and they don't want it to happen, they're not going to do it, right? Like, well, I don't want dad to keep me from mom. I love mom. Or why is mom not wanting me to talk to dad? Why is she not letting me go on visits? Or why is she, like, a lot of it is shit that may be happening to them. The parents may be putting in a, say, for example, and that's why on this here, right, the child symptom level. So say, for example, mom is putting out this fucking D-Day Normandy level campaign to try and keep the child from the dad, right? So mom's got this, again, hypothetical family. Mom's got this massive campaign to keep the kid away from dad. But the kid's like, we were doing visitation, like say they're 10, 12, 13 years. Why are we changing visitations? Why are you talking bad about dad all of a sudden? Like, they may realize it, but younger kids or kids of a certain mental status may not recognize it. Also, it's not relevant at the moment, but I did some digging last night in my spare time. It's not like I have a job to go to at the moment, right? But I did some digging in my spare time. And why is that over there? I pulled up a lot of research, and I took a lot of fucking citations and quotes on the statistics on false accusations of childhood sexual abuse, and the numbers are fucking astonishing. only 2 to 6% of cases. So we'll segue real quick. Only 2 to 6% of cases, roughly, of childhood sexual abuse are false allegations by the child. There's a small margin of error in there. I think the highest the margin of error I saw was 8. What else is there? 55% of those false allegations are made by kids age 12 and up. Most of the allegations that are false are opportunistic in nature. The kid wants something. There's a reason or motive behind it. They're trying to leverage something. And then there was statistics on why these allegations were determined false by agencies, like how CPS determined allegations false, and it was like so many percent were this kind or that kind. So let's oh, sorry, I was just reading my mod chat real quick. Also, Stigas, if you're listening, I am seeing your concerns, and I know you messaged that like an hour ago, but I am seeing your concerns about that thing we talked about. I'm going to put some precautions in place, and I'm going to put some rules in place if that special thing does go down. So, which I do want it to go down because, oh my God, I did not mean to do that. Did I do something? I think I just scrolled. Whatever. All right, so let's go back to our bookmark. Pick up here. Okay. All right, so we were here. So yes, Digas, I did see that. I am not ignoring you, I promises. Can I put this on my thing now too? Chat. Okay. Oh, damn it, that sucks. Can I embed that this way? Sorry, I'm just trying to clean up some of my windows. I got like my toolbar looks awful mess right now trying to juggle all the shit I've got open. So pardon me as I fuck it, we'll do it live. We will do it live. Huh. But I need to edit that real quick. Cut the browser doc. And do that. And I think I can do that. Or does that take away my ability to respond? I think it does. Damn it. Gay. Good gay, not bad, or not bad. Not good gay, bad gay. There's a difference. And that's also an inside joke for anybody who's taking me out of context. Thank you. It's actually a joke I have with my best friend who's a lesbian. So thank you. So let's continue right where we left off. So Tara K, I see your thing real quick. Got you. My 9-year-old son is kind of realizing there are changes with dad telling him mom won't let him see him or do certain things, so I'll have to dig in more to this. I'm not sure your circumstances of your situation. I do wish you the best on that. I would say my biggest rule with parents is, and I tell this to every parent I work with when I work with a family, is I don't give a fuck what your problems with your partner or former partner or any of that is. Ex-husband, ex-wife, ex-girlfriend, ex-boyfriend, throuple, orgy, polygamous relationship. I don't care. Whatever y'all were, you leave that shit at the door and you do not let it affect the kid. Ever. Ever. You don't talk shit in front of your kid about your ex. Ever. There's no need for that. There's... Fuck, how did I do this before? Okay, there we go. Okay, that's much better. Okay. All right. Sorry, I have to get this. I had to get this back centered because I scrolled to the side. Okay. All right, here we go. So, but anyway, with rules with that is, do you do your part? Dad or mom will do their part, whether they are doing it right or wrong. I truly recommend, if you can, try and get counseling set up. Like, I don't know what the reasons are y'all shit is going on, but have a talk with him, be calm with him, and just be like, look, I understand we have issues right now. I understand we're fighting over custody, or you don't want to pay child support, whatever it is. And try and empathize with him. Like, I understand why you wouldn't want to pay that. That's a lot of money. But right now I'm worried about our child. Can we take time and can we set aside time to go talk to someone to deal with this? Because I don't want it to hurt our child. You can hate me all day. You don't have to like me. You don't have to love me anymore, none of that. Just, can we take time to go meet with someone to help us work through this particular time in our life? Offer it up, and that's the most you can do at that point. And then it's up to him to whether or not he wants to take you up on that offer, or whether or not he wants to, continue doing what he's doing. I would hope that he wouldn't. Obviously, that would be my goal, that he would stop doing that. But you can't force someone to do things. Welcome to agency. I know it's kind of shitty sometimes, but hopefully that helps answer your question. And again, I'm not your therapist. This isn't clinical advice. Insert disclaimer here, insert disclaimer here. This is not I'm not you're not my patient, your client, or anything like that. This is just friendly advice online. You should talk to your therapist, or if you don't have one, I would recommend getting one, because everyone should have a therapist. The benefit of a therapist is pretty damn amazing. Even therapists have therapists. I tell people that all the time. And you know what? It actually helps people relax when you talk about doing therapy. For people who are like mixed about doing therapy, when they find out, hey, therapists actually see therapists, oh, that makes me feel less concerned about this, which is kind of surprising in some ways, but it's kind of fun in another. So, all right, let's pick up where we left off. Waldron and Jonas thought that this becomes an internalized rejection, quote unquote, that results in self-loathing, fear, so rejection, depression, and often suicidal ideation. In addition, the child was, quote, internalizing the rage, unquote, of the alienating parent as, quote, part of the self-concept, unquote, and these feelings of rage oftentimes would combine with feelings of intense guilt concerning the harm done to the alienated parent, resulting in, quote, chronic feeling states, unquote. Waldron and Jonas thought that the child's reality testing abilities would be affected. This may later affect the child's interpersonal relationships with others. They thought that due to the enmeshment of the child with the alienating parent, the development of the child's social skills would be limited. Waldron and Jonas stated that the child also learns that hostile, obnoxious behavior is acceptable in relationships, and that deceit and manipulation are a normal part of relationships. Motherfucker, they're not. Well, I've been doing everything wrong. No, I'm kidding. Oh, we have a chat. Oh, no, we have a subscriber. We have a new subscriber. Fuck, I keep forgetting that I have subscriber alerts turned on too. My bad. I feel stupid right now. So thank you to the new subscribers too. Thank you for all the new supporters. Also, thank you to everyone who's donated, who's helped support me. And it's been really difficult. I've taken a lot of effort to think about whether or not I should continue doing this. People have told me, you should probably just stop the streaming. Also, I'm turning off the PDF for a second. I got to fix something. People have said you should probably stop streaming. It's not worth it. blah, blah, blah. And I don't know, it just doesn't feel right to me to cave to the mob. And maybe I'm short-sighted for that. Maybe I'm stupid for that. But I don't know if I would feel okay, because I know if a client asked me the same question, because I asked my therapist about it on Thursday, because I told her, I was like, it's kind of this ethical dilemma for me of, do I just cave when people try to take away my right to speak? And, it's been difficult. James K, real quick, asked, if someone's girlfriend is periodically violent during arguments, does one necessarily need therapy? I would say it depends. Define violent, just like yelling, screaming, throwing shit. Is she getting physically violent? How frequent is it? Those kind of things. I would say you have to look at it. The thing is, you can always try it out, and if you don't like it, you just don't go back. But you got to give it a chance. You got to give it a chance to work. So there's like 3 basic rules effectively for therapy. 1, you're going to walk in that door and you have to expect you're going to feel vulnerable, because you have to be vulnerable for therapy to work. 2, it's going to be difficult no matter what. So be prepared for that. And, 3, if it's couples therapy, you both need to do couples therapy and your own individual therapy. In fact, my old boss, who, even though we have obviously our disagreements with how the situation was handled from the employer side of things, I will say that much. She did very well with couples therapy. Like, she had a very specific system in place. She would bring them in for a first session, do a couple session, and then depending on what was going on, she would have them break out and do individual sessions with different therapists. So you have therapist A, which is your couples therapist, therapist B for the husband, and therapist C for the wife, or husband or wife or wife, whatever your couples dynamic is, right? So, if you're talking physical violence, James K, I'm not okay with that from a personal and professional standpoint. An argument should never need to escalate to physical violence. Now, is it, because that could be a bunch of different things. It could be an underlying mental health disorder. Maybe she's got issues with anger management and control. Maybe there's a personality disorder. Like, there's so many things it could be. That's why, or it's just she gets in an argument, and I've had those arguments where you have to be the, not necessarily me, but I've been in arguments with people close to me, where that person has to feel morally right at the end, and so they argue until it gets pretty bad. Never been physical in any arguments I've had. Always just yelling, loud yelling, but yes, yelling. It's definitely something to take into consideration. I would be concerned for anyone who would tell me that they're having any physical violence episodes with their spouse, whether or not you're putting hands on her back or hands on him back. And also, an old acronym from the military and from everything else I've been involved in, CYA, cover your ass, because all it takes is that to escalate to a physical situation once a month, like you said, and that once a month you put up your hand to block her or him, you accidentally hit him in the eye, they now have a black eye, you have nothing, they call the cops, you are now fucked, depending on your state. All CYA. And that doesn't matter whether 2 guys, 2 girls, man, woman, 3 people, 7 people in your relationship, period. Cover your ass. Got to make sure you're good first before you can help take care of other people. I always use the example of scene safety from being a firefighter. I pull up onto a scene of a car accident. There's people standing off to the sidelines watching. You got bystanders. You got other firefighters. You got the victim in the car. Whose safety comes first? Your own personal safety, then the safety of other firefighters and emergency responders, then the bystanders, and then the person in the car, because the person in the car is already there. They're already seeking help. You're there. But if you get hurt trying to help them, now resources get diverted to help you. Or if another firefighter gets hurt, resources now get diverted to help them. Or if extra people get hurt because people are being stupid and there's bystanders standing by, now it's a mass casualty incident, and shit escalates real quickly. But you can't help, if you get injured trying to help someone else, now you're now a liability. So you got to take care of yourself first and make sure, especially if you have kids and shit, that you don't accidentally put yourself in a situation that could compromise you. A situation like that where there's some physical violence, it puts you in a situation that could compromise you. And that's just my personal thoughts on that. None of this is therapy advice. Seek a real therapist for professional advice, right? But that's just my thoughts on that. Is I would walk a very fine line. And that's not to say you need to bend to the will of the person who's being violent, but you really should be careful what you do. I would really truly seek therapy. And a lot of times there's just shit going on at home, and that's necessary. Motherfucker, where did we leave off? Hello there. I'm familiar with the Duluth model. Trust me, I know a lot about that one. Where is the fucking thing we left off on? Okay, so it was there, and then we're picking up here, right? All right, so here we go. The authors also thought that the dominant emotion for the child is loss, and that the effects of loss of the parent were pervasive, and other aspects of adjustment. Excuse me. Waldron and Jonas summarized the literature on the effects upon a child of losing their parent being raised by one parent. These effects were, quote, lower academic performance, increased chance of psychological disturbance, lower self-esteem, cognitive deficiencies, higher impulse control problems, school adjustment problems, higher fear and anxiety, specifically or particularly about abandonment, greater dependency, which interferes with other aspects of development, and impaired sex role identification. So I think that's kind of insightful in its own way. So also shit. God damn it. Trying to open multiple windows at once isn't fucking working. Hold on one second. I'm trying to pull something up real quick that I can use to, because I'm trying to do multiple things at once. I want you guys to let's see here. Slide. Motherfucker, how'd I do this before? Tools. Show history. Tools. Oh, that's not it. And view. Send. God damn it, how did I do it before? Oh, wait, I think that's how I did it. Never mind. I'm stupid. There we go. I think I got it now. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do for you guys too is let me see how I copy this fucking thing. It's episode 19 today, right, guys? Let's see, episode 19. Okay. So here's what we're doing because I'm trying to do multiple things at once. I think this will help because I don't want to miss anything important. And I think this will be a good way to try and do this. I tried doing this before on the stream that I lost my job on, so who knows if this will work or not, but I'm going to give it a shot anyway because I think it might be effective. So what I'm going to do is I'm posting a link and I'm going to pin it. Actually, fuck, let me do this. So ask specific questions here to be answered at end of document read. All right, so this is a Google Slides presentation, and you can click on this. So I'm going to pin this. And if you have a specific question you want me answered and I'm not able to see it in chat, click on that link. It'll take you to ask a question, and I will be able to go through and review the questions later. And we'll be able to not miss anything because I don't want to miss anything on top of all the other shit that is going on right now too. So hopefully that helps. I saw your answer there, James K. I still would suggest go see a counselor. Spend a few bucks, go see a counselor. Don't risk it. You got to take care of yourself too, buddy. Don't forget that. I don't want to see you or anyone else end up in a situation that fucks them really badly because they were afraid to ask for help. And a lot of people end up in situations like that because they were afraid to ask for help. Also, if my mods could make sure if people are asking questions to send them to that link. I need to see if I can come up with a better way to do this in the future. I know I'm doing a lot of shit on the fly right now, so I apologize for how fucked off this might look. So please bear with me as I deal with this. All right, let's continue. We were doing things and stuff, so let's do that. Motherfucker. All right, so here we go. Let's continue with. Damn it. Here we go. All right. The effects of the loss of the parent were pervasive on other aspects of adjustment. Oh, no, I think I read that. Okay, my bad. I read that, so we do need to scroll down. Shit, I'm losing my place here. All right. So yeah, if you guys really can ask questions through the Google Slides thing, I will answer your questions. I do have to burn through this because the transcript itself is long. So I'm going to have to read really fast moving forward. So you might need to slow the stream down later to rewatch if it's too much to keep up with. So I'm going to start reading kind of fast. If you absolutely need me to slow down, or if it's truly a concept you don't understand, say so. I'll let my mods will let me know, and I'll we'll come back to that, but we will need to get through this real quick here soon. So Warden Harvey, writing on the harm to the child from PAS, stated it's psychologically harmful to the child to be deprived of a healthy relationship from one parent. They also stated that the other effect of PAS upon the child was that it placed the child in a severe loyalty bind, which in and of itself is damaging to the child. They also said that if this bind resulted in the quote exclusion of a parent from a child's life, the injury is irreparable. Rand devoted a section of her exhaustive series of articles on parental alienation syndrome to the child in PAS. Rand discussed children who aligned with one parent against the other in the process of a divorce. Rand stated, children in these alignments come to share the views and outrage of the parent with whom the child identified, often the parent who felt abandoned and rejected in the divorce. These children rejected the parent who was perceived as deserting the family, despite a previously close, loving relationship with that parent. Children in alignments were found to be less psychologically healthy than those whose divorce adjustments allow them to maintain the affection for both parents. That's interesting. I mean, it makes sense too. Also, if mods want to throw shit in the Google presentation for someone, go for it. You don't have to, because I know that's a lot of extra work. But if you truly want a question answered, do it that way, because I will miss questions trying to read them in chat right now, especially considering how many pages I still have to read. Rand also reported Lampell's 1996 study where latency-age children undergoing child custody evaluations were compared on the factor of alignment. Lampell found that the aligned children tested as angrier, less well-adjusted, and less able to conceptualize complex situations. They expressed greater self-confidence, however, possibly reflecting the relief obtained by opting for a simplified, relatively black and white solution as opposed to feeling, quote, caught in the middle of parental conflicts. Rand also reported Johnson and Roseby's work concerning aligned children. They reserved the PAS label for children in their extreme alignment group. These children were, quote, more likely to be viewed as disturbed by parents, teachers, and clinicians. These children exhibited bizarre symptoms or bizarre and sometimes destructive behavior. They were more likely to display, let's go back up, the stupid thing's getting cut off. There we go. Unintegrated, chaotic attitudes with few workable defenses. Johnson and Roseby preferred to see the etiology of these children as later manifestations of the failed separation individualization process. Brand pointed out that children who constantly aligned with the alienating parent may never have separated psychologically from that parent. That's actually a big deal. Rand also stated that where there is a particularly enmeshed relationship between the aligned parent and the child's legitimate strivings for autonomy were continually undermined. Children need to develop autonomy. That's an important part of childhood. A lot of people don't remember. That's why helicopter parenting can be bad. There is such a thing as too much. Rand also reviewed Wallerstein and Blakesley's work on the, quote, overburdened child. In these children, the needs of the troubled parent override the developmental needs of the child, with the result that the child becomes psychologically depleted and their own emotional and social progress is crippled. Rand reports that Wallerstein is familiar with PAS, but that Wallerstein, quote, prefers to conceptualize it from the, quote, overburdened child framework. Walsh and Bone discussed the potential effects of PAS upon the child. They stated that the child would be prone to becoming anxious, isolated, and depressed. If proper intervention is not forthcoming, the child develops a deep and profound sense of self-hatred and shame for condemning the other parent. Hold on. These children tend to become despondent, withdrawn, and develop psychopathic manipulative characteristics that may be carried into adulthood. Kopetsky detailed the effects of parental alienation on children in her article dealing with the identification of PAS. Kopetsky considered PAS the, quote, modern equivalent to school phobia, with the alienated parent replacing the school as the object of the phobia. Kopetsky stated that many children affected by PAS develop symptoms of, quote, anxious attachment or separation anxiety when they are long past the age where separation anxiety is normal. We may pull up a brief diagram on attachment in a bit, so I can make sure you guys understand what attachment is, because it's important to know that in relation to this topic. This results in a variety of symptoms ranging from sleep disturbance, regression in the ability to regulate bodily functions. So think like bedwetting or the need for loss of toilet control, other things like that, and poor impulse control in young children, to disorganization, poor academic performance, social isolation, and moodiness in elementary school-age children. Kopetsky also reported that children affected by PAS may develop problems in the areas of reality testing, rigidity of the thought processes, and may actually come to value their symptoms as a part of their identity. Stahl detailed the symptoms that children affected by PAS were likely to develop. These symptoms were, splittings in their relationship, difficulties in forming intimate relationships, lack of the ability to tolerate anger or hostility with other relationships, psychosomatic symptoms, sleep or eating disorders, psychological vulnerability and dependency, conflicts with authority figures, and an unhealthy sense of entitlement for one's rage, leading to social isolation. Vestal reported on studies related to the effects of PAS on children. She cited Claywer and Rivlin's 1991 study in which, quote, 40% of the children developed self-hatred and guilt because they were used as an ally in the war against the rejected parent. Wow. All right. We're getting, so we went through all the diagnosis, differential diagnosis shit. Welcome to Fight Night. No. Welcome to God damn it. I think it needs to get a little bit bigger. Welcome to potential causes for the misdiagnosis of PAS. Oh my God, I can't speak today. Fucking hell. All right. Welcome to this part. Let's do it. Let's do it, baby. Wow, I'm not doing that. No, stop asking. Gardner foresaw the problem of the misdiagnosis of PAS. He wrote, so remember, Gardner's the guy who basically came up with this shit, created the 8 manifestations, or identified the 8 manifestations, and laid down the initial frameworks and has been part of this up until his death in the early 2000s. So he had a big part of this research and this theory coming to light. So just keep that in mind. So Gardner wrote, with increasing recognition of PAS, it is predictable that it will be misdiagnosed, overdiagnosed, and utilized improperly. This is true of just about any psychiatric disturbance, and as a matter of fact, of any medicine. With increasing knowledge and experience, we should be able to delineate these various complications regarding our correct diagnosis. In short, not all campaigns of denigration are the result of manifestations of PAS, and not all campaigns of denigration are manifestations of abuse. Life is just not that simple. So I hope that makes sense. So just because the child's kind of denigrating a parent doesn't mean it's PAS. Also doesn't mean it's abuse either. But it doesn't mean that there's not something else going on too. So life is a very complex thing, especially for kids. All right, so let's continue. Numerous authors have written about the potential causes for the misdiagnosis of PAS. This section reviews the work of these authors. It is organized into 2 major categories: procedural variables and personal variables. So those are your 2 major variables, or 2 categories, and it's based on those 2 variables. Procedural variables refer literally to the procedure that was utilized by the examiner during the evaluation to obtain the data on which the diagnosis was made. So that means the information they collected, that was part of the issue with the misdiagnosis. Personal variables refer to personal biases, assumptions, and frames of mind that impact the examiner in both obtaining the data and interpreting or shaping the data on which the diagnosis was made. This division is based on Rogers' 2001 discussion of the sources of diagnostic variability in mental health evaluations. Rogers wrote, "Most diagnostic variability is a product of the evaluations and not the patient's." So the variability in diagnosis is in part because of the evaluations, not the patients, right? Rogers divided the sources of diagnostic variability into 2 categories. Scroll down. Again, divided into 2 categories: the procedures utilized by the examiner in obtaining the data and how the examiner interpreted the data. He reported that how the examiner interpreted the data was responsible for almost twice as much of the diagnostic variability as the procedures utilized in obtaining the data. So that's a huge thing. So let's go back to that. So we'll highlight this here. How the examiner interpreted the data was responsible for almost twice as much. For almost twice as much of the diagnostic variability as the procedures used in obtaining. God damn it. Fuck it. I'm just drawing with the freehand. So like this section here. Basically from here down. Right? Basically, the diagnostic variability, so that means why 2 different therapists or professionals will give you a different diagnosis for something. Rogers determined that it was due to the way the examiner interpreted the data. So that professional interpreted the data differently from another person, not necessarily the data itself. So think about a current public case, for example, that's in the media and of public concern and discussion. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Legal disclaimers there. for obvious reasons. You have this set of data. You have a very extensive set of data, very thorough set of data. Now, there is some missing, but you have people interpreting it so much differently. You have new data that's been released. People are interpreting it differently. You have a child psychiatrist, psych guy on this situation who has interpreted the data differently than, say, someone like that Ken Jennings guy from Ken's Casting Couch or whatever. That guy, I don't know who he is, but that guy interpreted it differently than the other guy. Does it mean either one of them is wrong? One of the questions you can also ask yourself is if there's such a wide variety and variability in the diagnosis, is it the professionals that are wrong, or is it the theory that we're using, the underlying theory itself, that might be the actual problem? That's an important question to ask as well. That's why when you talk about theories that are controversial, is the theory well constructed? Is there evidence to validate the theory? Is it reliable? Has testing repeatedly shown these types of things? Really want to think about that. And I'm not saying that this theory is bunk. I think there's a lot of helpful shit pointed out by this theory. But if two professionals are getting wildly different results from a solid set of data, where's the issue? Is it in the data or the analysis and interpretation of the data? So just my personal opinions on that. So described in McLuhan, Meyer, and Baker's chapters on assessing sexual abuse allegations in divorce, custody, and visitation disputes, and discussing their recommendations for clinical guidelines for these types of evaluations, they listed two types of bias: personal bias and procedural bias. So pretty much the same ones as listed before. Personal bias refers to, quote, strong emotional reactions in the evaluator that lead to diagnostic error. These authors found that child protective workers, mental health professionals, attorneys, and judges as well are particularly susceptible to bias when sexual abuse is alleged. Personal bias is synonymous with the category of personal variables utilized in this section. Procedural bias refers to bias in the procedures utilized to obtain the data during the evaluation, which lead to diagnostic error. Procedural bias is synonymous with the category of procedural variables utilized in this section. These authors note that both types of bias may lead to diagnostic errors resulting in either false negative errors or false positive errors. So like type 1 and type 2 errors. Let's see, procedural variables. So we're moving down. Galatzer, Levy, and Ostrov wrote, the way in which facts are collected often profoundly affects their content and significance. The information collected in custody evaluations can be profoundly shaped by the collection process. Holy shit, this is true as a motherfucker. This whole thing here is really fucking true. They also wrote that the, quote, greatest danger occurs when the evaluator is unaware of the factors in the interview or testing situation that shape the information received. So that's helpful too. So for example, if you talk about the there's a test that that has been very controversial in identifying people who may be at, quote, risk of sexually offending against a child. It's called the ABLE assessment or the ABLE measure, and they won't release publicly for third-party validation the specifics of their assessment measure. And so that's where, you may have someone take that test. That test gets sent to a therapist or a psychiatrist or psychologist to interpret. But if I don't know how that data was obtained, I don't understand the procedural methods, then am I able to make a truly accurate assessment of my client based off of the information you're giving me if your procedures are fucked off? It's kind of the summary of it, right? So let's see here. This section reviews how specific procedures utilized in the evaluation of PAS shape the data collected and can result in the misdiagnosis of PAS. Okay, so context of PAS evaluations. Damn it. Fuck. You didn't see that. Also, don't forget, we have a lovely crayon box near the top of the screen. That's like right above the arrow. For the Marines in chat, you may have 2 at maximum for a snack. we do have to make sure there is crayons for people to actually use. So thank you. So by definition, PAS is, quote, a disorder that arises primarily in the context of child custody disputes. Thus, the usual context for diagnosis or misdiagnosis of PAS is a child custody evaluation. In this, it is the structure of this particular type of evaluation that may actually increase the probability of misdiagnosis of PAS. Well, Keep this in mind as we move forward. Warshak described in his concerns regarding child custody evaluations thusly, many evaluators fail to recognize the limitations of their procedures and poor foundations for their conclusions and recommendations. They make the same errors over and over again without pausing to take stock of what they're doing. They couch personal biases in pseudoscientific rhetoric. They pass off their tentative speculations as firm conclusions and truth. They shoot from the hip, often gunning down the best interests of the children and the emotional well-being of at least one parent. In the process, they undermine the reputation of the entire enterprise of custody evaluations. Brav fucking vo. I wish I could clap louder, but I have a fucking pen in my hand. Holy shit. This guy fucking nails it. Actually, let me actually highlight that with the PDF so I can come back to that bitch later. Because that is a beautiful fucking quote. And I'm going to copy that bitch for my personal records. For whatever fucking reason. That was beautifully done. All right. Oh, I need to go up a little bit more. There we go. All right. Warshak urges evaluators to, quote, make a determined effort to separate myth from reality. Concerns regarding the methodology utilized in conducting child custody evaluations, the context within which PAS is usually evaluated, have been voiced by many other forensic professionals. One focus of these concerns has been the appropriateness of utilizing traditional psychological test instruments in child custody evaluations. That's actually interesting. Melton and colleagues cited the following statements by Grisseau to highlight this problem. Let me scroll down first and then I'll read the quote. Holy shit, it's a big quote. Custody cases involving divorced or divorcing parents rarely involve questions of parental fitness, but rather the choice between two parents, neither of whom is summarily inadequate as a parent. Mental health professionals do not have reason to be proud of their performance in this area of forensic assessment. Too often, we still evaluate the parent, but not the child, a practice that makes no sense when the child's own individual needs are the basis for the legal decision. Wow, I need to, someone clap for me, please. Too often, we continue to rely on the assessment instruments and methods. I love how it says meth. I mean, obviously, it's continued over here. There's no hyphen. But I love it says how just too often we continue to rely on the assessment instruments and meth. It's always come back to meth, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to digress. Methods that were designed to address clinical questions. This is a true thing. Questions of psychiatric diagnosis, when clinical questions bear only secondarily upon the real issues in many child custody cases. Psychiatric interviews, Rorschach tests, so those are the ink blots, and MMPIs might have a role to play in child custody cases might have a role to play in child custody assessments. But these tools were not, damn it, these tools were not designed to assess parents' relationships to the children. He's absolutely right about that. Where'd it go? Okay. Yeah, but these tools are not designed to assess parents' relationship to children or their child rearing attitudes and capacities, and these are often the central questions in child custody cases. Brav fucking vote. This is a fucking beautiful section. In fact, it's so beautiful, I'm fucking highlighting this one too. Like, these are fucking amazing things to be pointing out. In my opinion. Again, this is my opinion. I like this article so far. I don't know if anyone else does, but like from my professional standpoint, as a therapist, obviously not an expert. Let me do that shit real quick. But from my perspective, from where I sit in my field, from my education and experience level still being, relatively fresh, this is still an insightful article. This is very well written, very in depth, citing a lot of studies, citing a lot of different research on the topic. They're not afraid to come at and say, we're fucking up. And that's a good thing. They should be owning it that they're fucking up, because these are people's lives. This isn't like, oh, I'm depressed and maybe my medications were a bit off, which could still cause problems. This is you cause long-term irreparable harm to a child's mental and physical safety and health because you fucked up an assessment. So, ow, sorry, my back needed cracked. Schultz and colleagues reached a similar conclusion to Grisso. They wrote that after having reviewed the psychological tests available to utilize in a child custody evaluation, quote, we did not find a single test that met enough of the criteria to qualify as a direct measure of parenting skill. Boom. These authors developed a model for child custody evaluations, which utilized questionnaires, interviews, and observations of all family members. Brodinski described these same problems with utilizing standard psychological tests in child custody evaluations. In his article, and so this is the article name if anyone wants to look it up, on the use and misuse of psychological testing cases in child custody evaluations. And again, it's by Brodinski from 93. If anyone wants to find that, go for it, because it sounds like a good article. Although traditional psychological testing is a legitimate means of collecting information in child custody and visitation disputes, its usefulness is more limited than most forensic evaluators recognize. So I gotta scroll up here and click up to. Okay, here we go. The standard psychological tests used in these types of cases do not adequately address the key issues before the court. Brodinski also warned evaluators conducting child custody evaluations to, quote, guard against the false assumption that testing inherently imbues the forensic evaluator with a scientific foundation and thus a greater degree of objectivity. There is simply no empirical evidence that this is the case. Holy shit, these guys are going hard. Finally, in discussing factors leading to the misuse and overuse of psychological tests in child custody evaluations, Brodinski wrote, in most cases, the assumptions and motives of the mental health expert are the primary problem. Holy shit. Oh my God, I wish Nick was here to see this. Nick would love this, because I'm sure Nick would agree with me on this. Not that Nick hates my profession, but I think he knows what this means in regards to what we're talking about. Like, this is beautiful. Like I don't want to, like, this is amazingly based. So, there we go. Let's continue. Shortest Mike says, I'm enjoying this article. Nothing held back on child psychologists. And you shouldn't. Well, the thing is therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists, master's level practitioners, anybody who's involved in these situations, CPS workers, lowercase s and w social workers, everyone should be able to be like scrutinized and have a second look at. You shouldn't just assume at face value. And I got into arguments with people like in my chats that happened on the day I got fired or the day before I got fired that caused me to get fired, basically. People were like, so you're skeptical of all police, you're skeptical of all things. I'm like, fuck yeah, I am. You should always be skeptical of someone who's ability to take away your rights. This is taking away the rights to your children. Even as a therapist, I want you to be skeptical of me. I tell clients, I want you to be skeptical of me. I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me if, dude, what you're saying is stupid. That makes no sense. I don't fucking get that. Why are you being a retard? Like, whatever it is, say it if you think what I'm saying is wrong. You can come at me if you have give me the information, tell me why. And this holds to anybody, not just clients, people in chat, people who email me. If you got shit to bring at me, bring it at me. Let's go. Let's discuss it. There's nothing wrong with being skeptical. All right. So there we go. So Heiss Julian and colleagues, 94, reviewed assessment methods utilized in child custody evaluations and concluded that although psychological testing is used by nearly 3/4, holy shit, of evaluators as part of child custody evaluations, The reliability as well as the construct and predictive validity of psychological tests used in child custody evaluations remains unproven. These authors addressed the issue of the diagnosis of PAS and discussed the usefulness of utilizing the Bricklin perceptual scales as a method to determine the diagnosis of PAS. Bricklin wrote the following concerning the difficulties with traditional tests. Let me go ahead and so let me scroll up here so I can read this kind of all at once. God damn it. The typical tools and tests in the mental health professionals armamentarium. Holy shit. Armamentarium. Fuck yeah, I got a word right today. Fuck you guys in chat. I got one right. 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 Sorry, I had to do that. Procedures that are so good at measuring cognitive capacities and identifying sources of conflict and underlying personality variables are not database to yield information that is maximally helpful in custody cases. This was one of the factors that led Bricklin to develop his access materials, which are database child custody specific test instruments. Yay, everyone in chat's clapping for me. I feel so proud. Can I get a sticker? I want a sticker! And ice cream. Melton and colleagues discussed the utilization of traditional test instruments in child custody evaluations and concluded it is our contention that such tests are often used inappropriately. These authors endorsed an assessment model for child custody evaluations, which was consistent with that proposed by Schultz et al. This model focuses on observations and interviews of the parents and children and gathering of collateral data. I can tell you this from I have an inside source, is that there were traditional psychological tests used. So like MMPI-2, revised, and one or two other normal psychological assessments that you see used pretty often. Those were assessed to both parents in this case. So they are using standard level diagnostic tools by this psychologist who did some of these assessments. Not the one we're reading the testimony of, but the psychologist used those types of tests in evaluating parents. That's not necessarily the best way, as we're finding out through this thing here. Some bloody random says someone give Ken a crayon for getting the word right. I'm an Air Force dude. I'm Air Force man. I don't eat crayons. If Spectrum, I'm sorry, Spectre, not Spectrum. He might be on there. But Spectre pops in later. Hi, Spectre. He can get the crayons. He can have leftovers. It's okay. Funatsu96 says, good evening from the other side of the world. Hi there. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're ready for, this has been very long and hard and full of a lot of scholarly research. That's a lot of in-depth shit, man. Even it's making my brain melt a bit. This makes me like reminiscent of death by PowerPoint days in the Air Force. Rand reiterated these conclusions regarding utilizing standard assessment instruments in child custody evaluations in which PAS was being considered. Rand wrote, psychological tests which are used for the assessment of individual patients in clinical settings cannot be considered reliable and valid for the evaluation of family systems in forensic settings. Rand went on to cite Stahl's opinion that, quote, many custody, oh, goddamn, I need something to drink. Holy shit. Hello there. I will fucking mute you. Do not force me to do that. So first last says it's long, hard, and deep. All right. Holy shit. How much is left of this? Hold on. I need to turn the screen off real quick because I need to figure out how much is left because I might cry if I don't know. I'm going to cry if I don't know. I need to know. I need to know. So give me a second as I figure this out. Okay, so that's 217. Oh my God. There's so much. Oh my God, there's so much. Oh, that's too much. Holy shit, that's so much. I can't take all this at once. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh wow. Holy shit. Okay. Oh. All right. Can I cry now? I think I'm gonna cry now. Okay, so that's page 226. Okay. All right. So you guys ready for the reveal of how far in we are still? Ready to cry. So here we go. We are oh shit. I almost took the crayons away. I'm so sorry, guys. Um, okay. So right now we are on 216. We are on 216. Uh, this document, this fucking article continues. And it basically ends on the top half of page 226. We have 10 more pages to read. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking die. Oh my God. This is not funny. You guys are fucking mean. Why you do this to me? Why you do that? All right. Oh my God. This is awful. This is pretty bad. This is bad. Um, this is not good. It is not good at all. All right. Shit. So, do we continue with the document or do we do the testimony? Should I find a stopping spot and start the testimony or just finish the damn document? I can try and blow through it. I can read a lot faster. I'm just trying to read slower because I know when I read fast, I can kind of read too fast. So I'll leave it to you guys. What do? Read as you are. Read fuckload faster. Find stop point and start test. All right. You guys got about a minute to answer that. So there's your poll. Oh shit. There we go. There's your poll. So like my concern is if we stop without reading the rest of it, is that we lose some important context that might otherwise happen from mark at 1424. I'm concerned if we stop now at some point and then jump into the testimony that we miss the understanding of why the misdiagnosis of PS is important. Because part of the goal is to understand why misdiagnosing it is a big deal and then come back and say, oh, well, the expert said this and this and this, and then I agree or I disagree with that based on the stuff we've read and the stuff we've reviewed. So I don't know what you guys think on that. Apparently there's a lot of people wanting to do the testimony. Why is there a reason that we're wanting to do the testimony? Or is there like, are we just wanting to do the testimony for testimony's sake, or do we feel as though like this has been too much, or like, because this is a lot to fucking absorb. Like, we could take a break, read some of the testament. Like, we can read the direct examination, come back, finish this, and then go back and then read the cross examination by the pro se person in the case. So, all right. So I see 13 votes. How many people are in the stream right now? 16 watching. Okay. So I'm assuming that's pretty much everyone at this point. So, all right. So here's what we'll do. So we're right here at the top of 216. The next section header is on the next page. So unintentional evaluator errors. So I was trying to find real quick. I was trying to find a PDF copy of this book if someone can find this book for me online, I can find it in print, but I don't want to have to pay for it and ship it. All right. If someone can find this book, True and False Accusations of Child Sex Abuse, as a PDF, send it to me, please. Please. I can find a physical copy that's about $20, I think is the cheapest one I found. It's an old book. It was self-published or something like that at the time. This was in the 90s or whatever, too. But apparently this has a lot of interesting information on dealing with accusations of child sex abuse. The validity of that information I don't know yet, but I can't verify the information being good or not until I read it. I think a book like this, considering the case, considering the case we're talking about, it might be very helpful. So if anyone can find that book as a PDF, I'll give you like a month on locals free or 2 months on locals for free. If you want. I don't know if that matters to you, but I'll do it. Just send it to my email or send it to my Discord. First person to do it, I'll give you 2 months free. I'll need your Discord. I'll need your locals email or whatever username. Some bloody random says, I'm coding, handling support, and listening to your stream while I do that. So for me, you can do as you please. Just don't take my crayons away. Hello there says, be like Nick, but I want to be like Mike. I didn't say which Mike. Don't fucking start. I'm going to get clipped on that. People are going to clip me. Also, I do have some news about ongoings in the background. Things are progressing in a good way. Nothing is verified and confirmed yet. Keep posted. That's all I can say for that. So let's get to that stop point. So let me haul ass and get to that stop point. Yes, shortest Mike, I want to be just like you. Gabe Cloudfred says, give me 20 minutes, challenge accepted. It is 2:29. There's no way you get it done. So it's 2:29 my time. Ain't no way you're going to get it done in 20 minutes. Yeah. Well, that's the hardcover version, quote unquote. There's softback versions or loose leaf versions too. Again, it's out of print. It's been out of print for a while. I think I can borrow it from a library somewhere, but my God. So, all right, let's get through this and then let's go ahead and start testimony. Do any of my mods want to come on and read testimony with me? Because my voice is already going hoarse. And I just need someone as a back and forth. All you got to do is read the words. You don't even have to fucking mean them. So I don't know if Twisted or anyone wants to jump on and do that. If not, it's appreciated. So 86% of you said find a stop point and do the testimony. I get it. You don't like my lectures. It's okay. It's okay. I'm okay. I'm not sad that you don't like them. All right, let's blow through this. Hold on to your crayons and polls. Custody evaluations are not geared to adequately diagnose the pathology of an alienating parent and the complex family interactions which produce PAS. This results in recommendations which are too short-sighted for the true level of family dysfunction. In response to these concerns regarding the procedures utilized in child custody evaluations, several professional organizations designed and issued guidelines for these evaluations. The American Psychological Association, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, and the Association of Family and Conciliation Courts all devised guidelines to standardize child custody evaluation procedures and to limit bias introduced into evaluations due to both procedural variables and personal variables. Sent a share link to Discord. Do you mean the what share link? Which Discord do you mean? Oh, in my inbox? Ain't no fucking way. There's no way you found it that fast. What the hell? Oh, come on. Hold on. I gotta block this off real quick. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no way. This file has been removed or you don't have access. Contact the document owner's request. I can't get onto it. Do I need to log in or something for that, Antropolis? Continue with, oh, no, go back. Do I need to log in with Adobe to do this? Is that what it's saying? Continue, Ken Jennings. Yes, birth date. Adobe's asking me for my name, my birth date, my favorite sex position. Why does Adobe want this? This is creepy. I did search the damn thing. I also used file type PDF and couldn't fucking find it. That's not okay. You guys suck. I'm really happy right now, but you guys suck too. But I don't have access. It won't give me access. Can you guys download it and then send it to me? Because it's not letting me do it. I don't know why. So yeah, it's not letting me access this document you guys have sent me. Yeah, Adobe Share links are dumb. Let me check my Gmail real quick. And then I'm going to pick back up and we're going to move into this. So yeah, Twisted, I saw your thing. If you want to jump in, that's fine too. I just want someone to read with me. Let's see here. Where is my StreamYard invite? All right, I'm posting the invite in Discord, in mods chat. You know where the mods hang out. If any of the mods want to jump on and read with me, welcome to the party. I'll probably switch up from this layout to something different here in a minute, depending on. There's no attachment in your email, Antropolis. It's just an email. I heard someone pop in. Okay. Yeah, I don't see that there. If you manage to get a hold of the PDF, it's not showing you actually emailing anything, unless it got filtered. All mail. Yeah, there's no file attached to this email. It's just an email. It doesn't show anything attached to it. I'm not saying you didn't try to email it or you didn't attach it. I'm just saying it didn't come through if you did. Just saying, no offense. God damn it. Why is it 64 megs? $64 megs is huge. My first girlfriend was 64 megs. It's kenjenningskf@gmail.com. Also, I have created this one at gmail.com. It should forward too, but there is a separate email. I have to make sure I have forwarding set up, but I do own that one as well. I'm used to the Ken Jennings KF, so I just tell people to send it to me there. So, that's so weird. I'm wondering why it didn't send. All right. So, Twisted, I'm going to burn through this real quick, and then I'll invite you on to start going to the transcript. So let me bring back up all my fucking windows in the proper order. Apparently, that was not in the proper order because my fucking audio avatar isn't working. So thank you for that. And now we do that. And now we do that. And the audio avatar works again because I have to do a fucking hack to make it work. Don't anyone make a hack joke about me being a hack. I'll cry. I'll literally cry. Don't make your therapist fifis hurt. So here we go. Oh my God, my throat hurts so much. Don't clip that either. The American Psychological Association issued their guidelines for child custody evaluations in divorce proceedings. Actually need to grab that because I'm curious as to what that fucking says. And I wonder if I've updated those because that's just as interesting either way. Oh, fuck off. The stupid document didn't text recognize properly. Guidelines. Here we go. Perfect. How long is this document? The 55 kilobyte document. Oh, it's only 5 pages. That's not bad. I will hold on to this though. Never know when that'll come in fucking handy. But yeah, you can find this guidelines here if you guys want. There is a way to get a copy of that. If you care enough or if you want to read what the APA's recommendations are for child custody situations. So anyway, as we were, these guidelines specified the focus, scope, and methodology to be utilized in child custody evaluations conducted in the context of divorce. The guidelines emphasize the use of multiple methods of data gathering, including but not limited to clinical interviews, observations, and/or psychological assessments. The guidelines also specify that evaluators gain, quote, specialized competence in specific areas. Listed in the pertinent literature section are 3 books by Gardner. So family evaluation and child custody mediation is one. Arbitration and litigation is the second one. And then the parental alienation syndrome, 92A, and true and false accusations of child abuse, 92B. So, okay, yeah, if those are in there, I would hope that people can actually get access to those books. Because, I mean, that would be important to be able to reference them again, you would think, right? Here we go. It says it should be noted that the first 2 books listed contain the diagnostic criteria for diagnosing PAS and the protocols for conducting an evaluation to determine the presence of PAS. God, PAS sounds like a really weird, like, I don't want to say it, but like an STD or some sort of like deformity. It's like, man, I got PAS. Like, that's the impression I get when I hear that fucking word. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm weird. But that's the impression I get when I hear that fucking word. So, who knows? Here we go. The American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry issued their, so let me highlight this one too. Practice parameters for child custody evaluation. The guidelines specified the scope and methodology to be utilized in conducting child custody evaluations. These guidelines emphasize an assessment model focusing on interviews and observations of all family members. I actually agree with that. They contain a section listing common, quote, issues in child custody disputes. Parental alienation is listed as one of these common issues. In spite of these efforts to standardize child custody evaluations and to minimize errors caused by procedural variance, there still remain 2 significant factors embedded in the context of these evaluations that serve to increase the probability of a misdiagnosis of PAS. The first factor is the continued reliance on inappropriate assessment procedures to diagnose PAS. I agree on that. The background and concerns regarding the misuse of, let me scroll up. Assessment instruments in child custody evaluations have just been detailed. Writing about this issue, Warshank stated, in an effort to appear more scientific, evaluators are now see, this is kind of funny. It's kind of counterintuitive, right? In an effort to appear more scientific, evaluators are now increasingly relying on poorly validated tests to bypass the sophisticated task of getting to know the family in enough depth to assist them, their attorneys, and the courts to make wise decisions. Bravo. This whole fucking thing right here is beautifully done. Like, that is such a beautiful statement. Like, that makes so much sense. And I've seen the outcomes of that shit. Rand discussed Montgomery's concerns that child custody evaluators were, quote, "were not using the APA guidelines and that this was contributing to serious decision errors in assessment and interventions of PAS and other high conflict cases. Thus, the procedural variable of utilizing inappropriate assessment methods to diagnose PS remains a major potential source of diagnostic error. When an evaluator utilizes inappropriate assessment methods that were not designed to diagnose PAS, or methods other than the specific protocols designed to diagnose PAS, the potential for misdiagnosis is significant." Gardner wrote, well, let's clear the screen. Gardner wrote that standard psychological testing instruments have not been designed to diagnose PAS and most often give little, if any, information regarding this diagnosis. I am not saying that such tests do not give information about a wide variety of other diagnoses. They do. I'm only saying that standard psychological tests most often do not give useful information regarding the PAS diagnosis. I have frequently been involved with cases where the diagnosis of PAS was an issue, but none of the professionals involved performed an appropriate evaluation for PAS utilizing the prescribed protocols. In testifying in such cases, I have repeatedly stated to the court that since an appropriate evaluation for PS has not been performed, the matter cannot be discussed because any such discussion will be based on the assumption that an appropriate assessment of PAS has been accomplished. Okay, someone needs to take this section here and make a note of this because this is really important. For example, using the randomly selected case that we'll be discussing, it's been a highly contentious case. There's allegations of parental alienation. And if the assessment was done incorrectly, having someone like this guy come in to do a second review and say, no, your assessment was fucked, effectively, right? They come in and say, hey, your assessment was pretty fucked up. You want to do something about that? And that could prove to be extremely helpful to certain parties that might be dealing with those kind of cases, right? And again, I'm not saying that oh shit, how'd I do that? Oh, I see how I did. My bad. There we go. All right. I was trying to make sure my head was still talking. Not that head. All right. So yeah, this whole section right here, actually, let me highlight this one too, but in orange because it's important. That's an important message that probably should get communicated to people who have this situation ongoing. Yeah, I would suggest, people, also over here for personal reference as well. Perfect. All right. And wait, did my stupid thing turn back on? Okay, no. I thought my flux turned back on for to turn my screen red, which I love, but I'm sure you guys don't want to see a red screen. Or a dimmed screen or whatever the fuck. All right, so let's do this. We're almost to the stop point, guys. We're almost to the stop point. Currently, there exist specific assessment protocols for the diagnosis of PAS. Gardner has provided these protocols, and they were specifically referenced in the American Psychological Association's guidelines for conducting child custody evaluations, which we might go over at some point today. It's going to depend on how much time we have. Both Dunn and Hedrick and Rand endorsed the utilization of this protocol to appropriately diagnose PAS. The second factor of procedural variables, which is embedded in the context of child custody evaluations concerning PAS, is encountered when attempts to utilize the specific protocols for the diagnosis of PAS. These protocols do not use standard psychological tests, but rely on interviews and observations, which is what they should do. I agree with this point. That makes the most sense when you're talking about a situation like this. I would have never really thought psychological tests would have been useful anyway. And again, a little bit out of my area, but still kind of just professional input from my experiences and from just you go to school to learn this shit. Bricklin discussed sources of bias in child custody evaluation. He wrote the following regarding interviews and observational assessment techniques. The most dangerous sources of bias are the deeply subjective forms. These forms of bias more easily enter the picture when an evaluator relies on non-data-based sources of information. The interviewer will tend to rely on interview and observational data that can be more readily used to support any given subjective bias. That's a good point. Let's see here. Thus, in performing an evaluation utilizing appropriate assessment protocols for diagnosing PAS, the evaluator will be more prone to the effects of subjective bias, therefore increasing the probability of misdiagnosing PAS. It should be noted that Bricklin devised the Bricklin perceptual scales and the perception of relationships test to address this issue of interviews and observational techniques being prone to subjective bias. Bricklin utilized these two instruments to detect signs of PAS, which are then either confirmed or disconfirmed utilizing interviews and observations. At the present time, Bricklin's assessment instruments are the only two instruments that I am familiar with that are utilized in the detection of PAS. These instruments are not a replacement for the specific interview and observational protocols utilized in conducting an assessment for PAS, but are an adjunct to them. So they're supportive. Thus, the two factors of procedural variables in diagnosing PAS, which are inherent to the context of child custody evaluations, are 1. Utilization of inappropriate assessment methods to diagnose PAS, and 2. Subjective bias introduced by utilizing the appropriate assessment methods of interviews and observations. So does this all make sense to people here? Like how this bias can be introduced into this context, right? So the bias gets introduced either through inappropriate methods of diagnosis, like using psychological assessments that aren't designed for diagnosing PAS. So that's one way. So that's way number 1. And then way number 2 is subjective bias by actually utilizing the appropriate assessment methods. So it's basically saying when you use the right assessment methods, it does give you an increase in your likelihood of bias. Your subjectivity bias can go way up. So as an evaluator, you have to be very, very careful to not let that happen. So I hope that makes sense. So we have reached the stopping point. We are at the stopping point of unintentional evaluator errors, which, how long is this section, just for curiosity's sake? Oh my God. Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is a good fucking article, man. Like, no shit. Like, this is an impressive level of depth on this fucking article. Like, I am loving this shit. Like I said before, not an expert on PAS, but oh my God, is this article fucking in depth? Let's see here. So it's what, 1450? Stop point at 1450. 7 August. Okay, so there's our stop point. So let me block this off. And it is now time to bring in our lovely mod and friend of the channel and piss her off of Karen's in my stream that I got fired on. Holy shit, I see why this document's so big. It's literally like a high resolution scan of this book. Holy shit. I don't have the time right now and it'll fuck up my processing power, but I have the full version of Adobe. And so what I can do is I'll run text recognition so it turns all those fucking shit into searchable text. So that'll be nice come later. So let's go ahead and let's bring on Twisted Puppet to go through this document. So we're going to go through. So I randomly selected this. So I randomly selected this from a selection of testimony and information on child custody cases and shit that I have available to me. So we will be reading this article. So I've got this bookmarked here, so I can pull this one up over here. Damn it. Okay. All right, there we go. And I minimize. All right, Twisted, you are now on stream. Welcome, Twisted.
What's up?
All right, so do you want to play
randomly selected?
Randomly selected. So this case,
wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
I don't know what you're talking about. Stop insinuating. Stop insinuating shit.
I will do whatever the fuck I want, sir.
This document was obtained by confidential sources. I'm acting in a role as a journalist. So those who are not familiar, this is the reunification psychologist, Dr. Richard thesis. So let me pull this up here. So share screen. Share screen. Let me make sure. Minimize. Okay, the porn's hidden. Okay, we're good. Just gotta make sure all that stuff's taken care of. You know how it works. So
yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
So there we go. And
so I only view my porn on my phone.
You run out of space. So
you don't fucking download it, stupid.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. That's how you fucking get caught with shit, right? You use a fucking browser. It doesn't keep the history.
Twisted. Do you realize what you just said? That could be clipped so bad. The way you said that could be clipped so. Do you realize you're just making the argument against Apple's new policies for you?
This is why I don't use Apple products. Android only.
Yeah, this is a problem. So do you want to? So I'll make this full screen. God damn it! I hate that it's. Let me put up a banner. That way it covers up my taskbar. Not that there's anything down there that matters, but just in case. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go through. Let's see here. We're going to go through this real quick. Oh, we have a Karen. Where's the Karen? Did I miss the Karen? Or no? This isn't a Karen.
Do you have this on subscriber mode?
Why?
I was just wondering because, we have fewer people watching today. Did you bore the fuck out of them until they all left?
I actually might have. I mean, funny. Come on, you gotta give them some credit. It is a little boring. Do I have subscriber mode set? How do I check that?
I don't fucking know. In your studio, I think.
I think I do, but it's 5 minutes. It shouldn't be that bad.
I mean, they wait the 5 minutes to get on with fucking Nick. Maybe they just don't think you're as important.
Look, I'm not worth it. We know this. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy.
Well,
actually, I can test it. Let me open an incognito window, and then hide, and continue. Let's try logging in. Do I have an account? Wait, that's too much work.
Antropolis said there was too much education for them.
Yes, it was. Hello, Ken is hella boring. I know. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and give an introduction to someone who is not present yet, but will probably be present in my email later. Hi, Laura. Hi. So this is testimony from the May 20th, 2021.
Is Laura still fucking giving you shit? Or is she still playing with Nick?
No, she's playing with Nick, but I'm going to get something after this, probably.
Nick gave her the fucking sickest, most savage goddamn burns. That shit was funny as fuck. It's bitch. Don't fucking enter into a goddamn battle of wits with fucking no weapon.
So today will be interesting because we'll see if she responds to what happens today. So this will be fun. This is from the May 20th, 2021 hearing. There was multiple motion hearings in the Sophie Long case. There was multiple hearings that day, or multiple motions filed that day. Let me just give a brief summary of that. So there's a motion for continuance, a motion to quash a couple people. Then there was Kelly Long's witnesses were presented. So Dr. Richard Theus, this is a gentleman we're reading. He's a reunification psychologist. So he was the direct examinations by Kelly Long's attorney, Miss Martin, and then the answers. So question will be the attorney, and the answer will be Dr. Richard Theus. So do you want to play attorney or do you want to play doctor? Not like
that. I'll play the doctor.
Okay, we'll play doctor. You'll play doctor? Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
All right.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Okay, doctor. Thank you for that. So we'll start. Can everyone see?
I'm also drinking a milkshake. Well, it's a float, but...
Does it bring all the boys to the yard? And then are they like, it's better than y'all's? So...
Well, it's homemade ice cream. Oh. It's homemade ice cream, so...
All right. So, direct examination. So, Miss Martin, can you suck a little bit harder on that? Damn. Holy shit, that was loud, girl.
ASMR, bitches?
No. God, no. I will boot you
It's actually
faster.
A larger straw. It's a milkshake straw specifically, so you can slurp up all the goodness.
That's what they all say. Okay. That's what they all say. All right. So, all right. So we're starting. So Miss Martin, I will be Miss Martin, and you will be Dr. Richard Theus. So you will be answering the ones that say A.
A. Okay.
So you will read lines that have an A next to them. So let's go through this. Let's do some role play today, and then we'll do the other types of role play later. So Dr. Theus, how are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
I didn't know they were German, but sir, if you would, please tell the judge what your job is.
I'm a psychologist licensed in the state of Texas, and the primary focus of my practice is forensic, and I mostly do family law. Don't scroll that bitch. I do a lot of child custody evaluations, psychological evaluations, parent cooperative parenting, as well as reunification therapy towards kids, and one of their parents that they have strained relationships with.
That's exactly how I imagined that being read. Thank you, sir. If you would, misgendered, if you would quickly walk the judge through your qualifications and your educational background, training, and experience that allows you to be a psychologist. Do we want to skip this and jump straight into the shit?
Yes, because this is fucking boring. I read this.
Okay. Yeah, you read this, right? Okay. Because you have read this. Okay. Pre-doctoral internship. I got my license as a psychologist in 97. I then worked in
I was a freshman in high school in 97.
I worked CPS for 6 years doing evaluations. I've been in private practice since 99. I've been in private practice with all sorts of children, families, marital couples. I mostly did therapy with mothers who were postpartum for a bit. Then for the last 14 years or so, I've been working with the courts here in San Antonio and surrounding counties. And then again, for the last about 6 years, I've been primarily doing family law and forensic work. All right, so we'll start back up here. So question for me. You mentioned reunification therapy. What is reunification therapy?
When a child is either refusing to see or hasn't seen a parent for a while, sometimes a parent has been out of picture for quite a long time, and the courts will want to help to transition the child and that parent back together. Other times it will be a child who, for a variety of different reasons, doesn't want to or refuses to see a parent, and so the court will appoint me to assist in that process to get the child back to having a relationship of some kind with the parent.
And what are some of the reasons that there's a disconnect between parents and the child, the parent and the child?
What are some reasons?
Yes.
Some reasons are that the parent has been out of the picture for, quite a while and just hasn't been involved. Sometimes one of the parents will create an environment in which the child's attitude towards that parent is so negative that the child will refuse to see the parent. Sometimes parent will have done something that they was a mistake, or they just did something that was inappropriate, and the child has some hesitation to going back and trusting that parent. Sometimes the child will just create a situation in which they will turn against the parent because they want something, and so they try to get with one parent or another, and it didn't work, so they'll create an environment in their own head and create symptoms and refuse to see one or the other parent. So those are some reasons.
And when you mentioned that the parent may create an environment that causes the child to not want to see the other parent, is that sometimes called alienation, parental alienation?
Objection, leading the witness.
Shut up. Your turn.
Yes.
All right. Now, what was your role in this case?
Reunification therapist.
For who?
For Sophie.
And
And mom.
Okay. Oh. And the mother, Kelly Long?
Yes.
How many times did you see Sophie?
I believe 6 times, 4 times in the office, and twice by Zoom.
What were your initial impressions of Sophie?
She is a very talkative, energetic child. She was very, very receptive to talking and sharing her information, her opinions. She seemed reasonably relaxed, comfortable. She has interests in writing music and or writing songs and singing. And I just saw her as a child who was very comfortable in our interactions.
And you were given certain background information to assist you in your treatment of Sophie.
Yeah, I spoke with mom, I believe, by Zoom. I spoke with dad by Zoom. And then I spoke with, I believe, you and another attorney, Mr. John Helms, I believe. And I was given some background information by all 4 sources.
And in your mind, what were the concerns for reunification between Sophie and her mother, Kelly? Like what?
What were her concerns?
Well, let me ask it a better way. Yeah. What were the issues that caused the split between Sophie and her mother?
It's my understanding Sophie made a number of allegations that mom did inappropriate things with her and the boy or the boyfriend at the time, and that she was not seeing, the mom at all or communicating in any way.
And those inappropriate things involve sexual acts. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, how did this reunification therapy go?
Well, typically reunification therapy, you have to build a relationship and build up trust and build up some kind of momentum, if you will, for a child to be reasonably comfortable in engaging the parents with whom they don't have a relationship with. And so that's how it went. And in my sessions with her, she didn't budge a bit from her position, which I describe it as kind of a black and white position, which is mom is all bad and I don't want anything to do with her. I even went so much as far as to give hypotheticals about what if I was to do a phone call and put it on the speaker, and she would only agree to say yes or no, and it would be 10 minutes and that I would do all the talking.
And then there's more.
Beyond that, she didn't want to see her mother, didn't want to talk to her, doesn't want anything to do with her, and considers her a liar. Even said that if mom were to cry, it would be a fake cry, and she couldn't believe it. So there really wasn't any movement at all from this kind of black and white, all good, all bad, if you will, position for the mom.
Okay, it's interesting. So, and I'll stop real quick, just as a pause. Continue, everyone, to think about all the shit we reviewed over the last 2 days in this situation. Think about it as we continue all those different manifestations, any kind of presence there might or might not be, and think about, are they explained by something else? Differential diagnosis, right? If it's abuse, well, that makes these symptoms explainable away. If it's not abuse, then, so this is where that kind of underlying core question would be. In this case, is if the abuse is unfounded, then you may point more towards alienation. Whereas if it is founded, then maybe it's not on parental alienation. The acts are survival instincts, sort of. So I'll pick up. When you do reunification therapy, do you talk about the child, the other parent? Do you ask about what the relationship is like with, like in this case, Sophie and her dad?
Yes, I do, yes.
And what was that response from Sophie with regard to her dad?
Everything was fantastic. Everything was wonderful. Has no issues. Very positive about her time with her father.
Okay, give me 1 second. Did she routinely come on time, seem engaged in the therapy?
She's engaged in having and opening up, responding to questions and talking, but a number of times she was late, either because Dad, I think after the second or third time, maybe forgot the directions to the office. And there's a couple of times, I believe, if not two, maybe three, where if she's 10 or 15 minutes late because she couldn't decide what to wear to the session, and finally, figured out what she wanted to wear or get ready, and then was present. But when she was in my office, she was engaged.
Dr. Thea, did Sophie present as a child with the issues that had been alleged to you to work on for your reunification?
In terms of being sexually abused?
Right. Well, scroll up real quick.
Could I? No. And if I'd like to answer that, qualify that, but I probably over my time, I've seen thousands of kids who have been sexually abused, unfortunately, and her profile is very inconsistent with that.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
I just didn't see any significant symptoms in our 6 sessions that would be consistent with somebody who has been abused as the allegations have been laid out. I didn't see hesitation. I didn't see anxiety. I didn't see depression. I didn't see great difficulty functioning on a psychological basis from day to day. The profile is just, in my experience, inconsistent with the kids that I've worked with over the years who have been sexually abused.
So I actually have problems with a lot of this section. I don't know if you saw this. I don't know if you saw this when you read it before.
6 fucking sessions.
Well, no, it's not just that. It has nothing to do with the 6 sessions. That's part of it, but to me, that's not the major part of it. Also,
also the entire fucking point was that he was supposed to be doing reunification therapy, not fucking evaluating whether or not she had been sexually abused.
Well, no, so he's not necessarily doing that. So this is the lawyer asking for the psychologist's opinion as if Sophie presented like she had issues with it, not that he's determining whether or not she was. He's in his
But
opinion,
that's what the lawyer's using it as.
Oh, I absolutely know that. But that doesn't mean and one of my biggest issues with this, and I'll highlight it here. I'm in this highlight mode. Okay. So I'll highlight it here. Where'd it go? Like this section right here is what bothered me, because, and more specifically, the end part here. Like, let me fucking delete it. Like this part right here probably bothered me the most from like my professional vantage point, right?
Because he didn't see her from day to day. He saw her 6 times in within a several month period.
So it's not just that. So you also factor in outside information, like other sources of info.
Most of the information he received was from the mother's side.
So, and we'll continue reading. So what I'm saying with this is, what I mean by this is, and this is my biggest issue with it, as someone who has been sexually abused myself, having dealt with people, and same for you, and other people who've dealt with sexual abuse, I do not like this characterization. I'm bothered by this characterization that you can't determine a kid, you can only determine a kid being sexually abused if they have this major psychological impact that's clearly obvious day to day. Kids are very good at hiding shit. Kids are very good at keeping a lot of that shit in. That's why it can sometimes take months or years for abuse allegations to actually come out, because they finally work up the courage to tell it, or it becomes too severe. It doesn't mean they can't be mostly happy children most of the times, where they can be triggered by that fear.
Or when they're in a safe environment where they feel safe, they're going to act in ways that they would normally act as they feel safe.
That's
if the child feels safe, there's no fucking reason for them to act continually depressed, continually, hesitant about everything.
So
they feel safe in the environment they're living in at that point.
And I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm better than this person, the psychologist. Obviously, they have many years experience, all that fun shit. Like, cool. But
my problem is that maybe they just have too much experience, and especially in the fucking family court realm.
That phrasing, when I read it the first time, it literally like made my stomach kind of knot up a bit. I'm like, that's not how sexual abuse works. And that's not every case is like sexual abuse is such a variety of topics to like just categorize it like that based off of 6 sessions with a client, 4 of them in person, 2 via Zoom, which Zoom sessions.
And they were like a month apart.
Even so, it's still like, even if you caught enough luck, say you caught all the luck that the 6 times she was just happy those days, and maybe she wasn't happy the other days, that's luck. But in general, that's just not the way I would assess someone for sexual abuse. And that's not how I've learned to assess for sexual abuse. Just
not to mention, he didn't take into account any of the other details, like figuring out what to wear. Children don't often like fuss over that shit. A 9-year-old fussing over what to wear to a therapy appointment? That's a red flag. I'm sorry.
I guess it depends.
Did you catch that one?
I caught it. It depends on, I would need to know more information. So like if the kid's if the kid's trying to pick out something to wear, maybe they got some new clothes and they were trying to pick out a new outfit they really wanted to show off, right? Like, oh, I got this new flyer. I couldn't pick the purple one or the pink one, or so something like that. Or I don't want to wear something. Yeah, but it's something
you want to talk more about, and you want to factor that in. Why was that an issue? Because that happened a couple of times. Is it a pattern? Does it have meaning? Is it something that's related to her mental state?
I agree.
Because I've had issues where my clothing literally sent me into a bit of a fucking mental breakdown. Okay? Which is one of the reasons I realized I needed therapy.
That's good that you recognize that. So, hold on. Let me just say this out loud instead of trying to type a message in chat. Georgia, welcome back. You missed a lot of educational shit that was really important for the last 2 hours. So I don't know who sent you back this way all of a sudden, decided to jump back in. Welcome back. Say hi. But instead of sitting in chat and just starting to throw shit out there, why don't you take a moment and listen and break, because right now you're doing the same shit that people do when they pull off into a corner and they're unwilling to open up their mind, right? You haven't heard my thoughts on this. You haven't heard my opinion on this. This testimony hasn't been released technically. Why don't you listen to what other people have to say? No one's read this to my knowledge. No one's read this testimony out loud like we're doing. Why don't you sit back for a minute, let us go through it, and then give us a dialogue and say, oh, I disagree with this point. Don't just start saying, well, I've got more experience. I've got more history. I've been here since day one. Guess what? I've been here since close to the beginning too, on and off. I've got the record. I've reviewed pretty much the entire record, which is thousands of documents, right? I've seen pretty much the whole record. I've got sources getting me the rest of it right now, right? At some point, I will have reviewed most or all of this record.
Honestly, being in a fucking face group since day one of
that's not
the fucking custody case does not make you a fucking expert. And I'm sorry, this is indicative of the syndrome caused by the Luca Magnotta case. One time, internet detectives were fucking helpful. But I'd like to point you to the direction of the poor guy that got incorrectly identified as the Boston bomber and almost fucking arrested over it. Oh, and then the fucking guy, what is it? Richard Jewell was his name? The guy that was incorrectly identified as the Atlanta Olympic bomber? Yeah. The internet's gotten it fucking wrong more times than not.
Oh, I agree. Muck says Ken's counseling couch. People like her never address any points or arguments. Stop trying to talk to them because it never works. I'm offering up. It's my nature, right? Okay, Muck, I get it. I understand where you're coming from. I truly do. I can't help it to a certain degree. It's almost ingrained. Like I have to do it because it's what feels right, and that's, I've trained myself to do that to be able to do what I do. Right? If I can't just sit there or just be like, fuck you, it's not how I work. It'd be hard to do therapy that way. So it just kind of is my natural kind of state at some point. So
okay, well now she's talking about killing people, so I'm about to fucking time her out.
I don't know what you're talking about, Georgia, but I would really clarify that statement, or we're gonna have to deal with that. So just saying, I'd like for you to hang out as long as you're respectful and shit. Don't do anything stupid in my chat. So let's continue our fun role play here. Let's see. All right, so it's my turn. So, Dr. Thesis, in your role as the reunification therapist, were you able to tell the judge what your impressions of Sophie were, what you saw? Did you make any conclusions about Sophie? Let me scroll up a bit so you can read it.
Conclusions is that is that her presentation is consistent with with somebody who's sexually abused. And the other conclusion is that reunification therapy wasn't going anywhere, and she didn't really budge from this all good, all bad position. So I don't believe that reunification at this time is appropriate. Reunification therapy, I mean, yes.
Okay. Now, in a situation like this where the child is not budging, what do we do? What's the remedy?
To be clarified, as I'm not in a position to determine if things actually happened or not. I didn't do that. All I'm saying is that her presentation is inconsistent with what the allegations were. So I want to make that clear. And so can you state your question again? I want to make sure I got it right.
Sure. Let me qualify. Dr. Theus, back in December, all of the parties agreed that reunification therapy was appropriate and should happen between Sophie and her mother. If everyone agrees that this should happen and Sophie is not budging, how do we move towards getting reunification between Sophie and her mom? What's the next step?
Yeah, so if everyone agrees, as you said, that reunification should happen, then the child in situations like this, because she's not budging, has to be relocated, at least temporarily, to a position in which she can move more, have more leverage in budging that kind of fixed belief system. Now, in situations like this, where folks have a fair amount of money, we would engage in places like Family Bridges, which is Dr. Warshak's position, which helps with kids who are disconnected or alienated from a parent, or one parent or the other. There's another place, Turning Points, I believe, out in New Jersey, I believe. But those are for kids or places that kids go to kind of get decompressed or just get out of the situation so that we can start kind of having some inroads into therapeutically altering that really fixed position about mom and fixed position about dad.
Holy shit, you have a large section.
Yeah, for folks who don't have the money, then the plan is to continue to find a place where she's safe, that we can therapeutically have more leverage, and again, that's on a temporary basis until we can get through and kind of alter that position that is so black and white. Pause for a minute. Turning Points is absolutely fucking free.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. It's at no cost to the fucking client. None whatsoever.
So is that a problem or no?
It's that it was misrepresented in every fucking way.
How so?
With the charges to the therapy and everything, the therapists are paid by fucking Turning Point. The program is all paid for already through like fucking donations and shit. Nothing came out of the mother's pocket. Nothing came out of the father's pocket. She could have done the program at no cost. So the fucking $15,000 that the lawyers demanded from Michael Long was fraudulent, in my opinion.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not familiar with that, but I Googled it so I can look into that later. Because I want to look into their programs. It's good to know those kind of programs in general for, like, if I have a client like that, I can, like, refer them out or shit like that. Okay, so my turn. Question. Now, what are some of the reasons why a child wouldn't budge? Like, what are some of the things that could be happening? Let me scroll down. Oh.
Well, therapy for like an hour a week, and you go back to the environment in which the child either wants to say things that they think the parent wants to hear. The parent is, it's not always the parent who is driving this. It could be the child driving it, and the parent just kind of goes along with it and kind of reinforces that belief system. And if you stay in that belief system, there's the motivation or the external influences to change it. So it just kind of perpetuates. And the longer it goes on, the more difficult it is to change.
Okay. So now, do you believe that if this relocating Sophie is there any chance of reunification, in your opinion, if Sophie doesn't relocate? Oh, it's a fun question.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay? Right there. Perfect. Okay,
it's hard in psychology to predict 100%, but I would say the probability is extremely low that there would be successful reunification.
And why do you say that?
Because my experience working with Sophie, and that's pretty fixed and has a really, if you will, an all positive position of father and all negative position of mom. And when you have that kind of extreme position and she's not really willing to budge from it, and you live in that position environment, it is pretty clear, my experience is also pretty clear, that it's very unlikely to happen.
It's almost counterproductive to reunification. Is that fair to say?
It's counterproductive to reunification.
Meaning that in an environment where either it's the child with her impressions of the way things should be, or it's the parent who is creating the environment. Whichever one of them is creating the environment, it can. Then you go.
Yeah, I did.
Stay.
I did. My reunification therapy is very unlikely to work or be helpful.
All right, Dr. Theus, if you would tell the judge what are the protocols when you have a removal. Like, what are the things that should happen to take a child out of that environment to successfully reunify?
Well, the very most important step is to make sure the child is safe in that kind of temporary position. So, and children in these positions, when they're taken out, can panic. They can run away. They may hurt themselves. And if it gets to that level, then you have to do what you need to do temporarily and put them in a place where they can be safe, like the hospital. And again, so it's really important in the first part is to make sure the child's monitored and safe. And then you transition from that as you feel better about the day-to-day safety, then you putting the child in a place where they can learn and benefit from the more intensive therapeutic work. Oftentimes, this is not just once a week. This is multiple times a week of, again, if you're not going to do the family bridges and the stuff that's more extensive, you're going to do something else like an outpatient basis, and it's multiple times a week. But then, the first step is making sure that she's safe and recognizing that we may need in these cases may need to do things temporarily to make sure the child is safe from running away or doing harm.
And what's the time period for one of these removals? How long should a child be removed?
Well, we'll go back to Richard Warshak's family bridges, and you look at these cases on a mild to moderate to severe, and this is to me it fits in the category of severe, and his stuff I find very helpful and to working in these cases, and it's a minimum of 90 days of no contact with the parent, which is the all positive parent, so no contact whatsoever for a minimum of 90 days.
Okay, so I'm going to pause real quick because I'm going to highlight something important because we're going to come back to it when it comes homework time. So, all right. So that's important. Let me bookmark that too. Let's see. Okay, perfect. And is the offending parent or the parent that's being removed from, what is that parent supposed to be doing? Now it's your turn.
Oh, my bad.
That's okay. Oh, God damn it.
Yes, be care. I'm not necessary. It's not always offending a parent. Not always offending parent. It's parent who is connected to. So sometimes it's offending and sometimes it's not. But what that parent is to do is supposed to be going through a lot of education about how we got here. And there's a program that we can do that in cases like this, you can just borrow from those institutions about educating about how we got here, what's happened, and what we need to do about it going forward.
So I'm gonna pause real quick too because I want to point out something. I don't want to fuck right now, not on stream, but I want to point out something, and there's a pattern of it. Is the person, the Miss Martin for Kelly, so Kelly's attorney representing her, has used offending parent on more than one time during this, right? And so when you're talking, and we read this how many times already today, it's referred to as alienating and alienated or alienator because there's no offense. It's not an offense, right? Because I'm not offending like when you talk offense normally implies like abuse, right? Like, oh shit, something big has happened. Someone's got hurt. So when you hear this,
and I don't like the fact that the doctor continues to go along with it. Like, dude, fucking stop her, please.
Well, no,
and make her use the correct terminology.
Well, he calls her out in a way, like he says right here, it's the parent who is connected to. Sometimes it's offending and sometimes it's not, because the alienator can be the offending parent, and sometimes, like say for sexual abuse, you have we'll say a mom sexually abusing her kid. Mom sexually abusing her kid, she alienates the dad so she can keep the kid, right? And abuse the kid or do whatever, right? So she's the offender, and so she's the one that's the kid's more connected to because she's alienating them from the dad. Now take that same situation. The dad trying to get dad for whatever reason knows about the abuse, so mom's the offender, but dad's the alienator because he's trying to separate them because he believes distance is necessary. Whatever his logic process is, not that it's right, but that's his thought process. So that's where you can have, the alienator and the offender be different. Like the mom could be the offender, the dad be the alienator, even though it seems counterintuitive. It can happen. So just wanted to point that out. So, and that's my pickup. So just, I hope that's, I know I'm stopping a bit. I didn't want to necessarily do that, but I think there have been things that have popped up that I'd rather address in the moment. I think you have too. So,
well, yeah, because I have issues.
Me too. That's how I became a therapist. So my next question. So my turn. So and that's a good point because you mentioned that it could be the child or it could be the parent.
Or both.
And is it always just an outright, this is what I want you to say, or can it be more of a subtle situation?
Oh, do you mean from the parent, you mean?
Yes.
Yes. So it can actually even be nonverbal. It's it's depending on the age of the child. If the parent just gets really anxious and fearful and about the idea of the child going back, the children can pick up on nonverbal. So it can be verbal, it can be nonverbal, it can be subtle. There's all sorts of. It's a very complex way of communicating to the child, and the children can pick it up, and oftentimes the children mistakenly pick up and misinterpret, and it makes it a much more difficult case to work with.
How about something like telling the child don't trust people that are supposed to be in positions of trust, like a guardian ad litem?
fucking hard when the goddamn bitch is literally fucking wrenching you out of a fucking car.
Just pretend it didn't happen for the moment. So your turn. Go ahead.
And so that statement is consistent with a parent who's like trying to block out everybody else and make the child totally rely on and dependent upon them. And that's consistent with parents, a child who is in a, if you will, in a severe parental alienation situation.
Okay. So my turn. How about telling the child or intentionally recording the child's conversations with, then Mr. Long
Objection,
objects.
Your Honor.
What's the...
Leading the witness. You should have been fucking objecting to that the whole goddamn time.
What's the nature of your objection?
He's leading the witness. You just fucking said it, you stupid goddamn bitch! Goddamn old man, clean your fucking ears out!
It's transcribed. I'll give the judge the benefit. Ask another question. So I'll ask myself another question. When you said that it could be intentional or not intentional, what about recording the amicus? Mr. Long,
objection, Your Honor, leading the witness.
And the child's conversation, the court. So the judge says, the objection's overruled at this time. The first objection was sustained. The question is rephrased. The objection's overruled. You may answer, sir. And now it's your turn.
Pause for a minute. That's complete fucking bullshit. It should have been fucking sustained on both.
It was rephrased, though.
It's still fucking leading the goddamn witness.
It was rephrased, though.
It was leading the goddamn witness, Ken!
You have to be so mean. This is like when my dad used to... But dark humor, people.
That's consistent with someone who's trying to create a sense of dependency on the parent and a lack of trust with the other professionals or other adults. I don't know. Maybe like when they're fucking all goddamn friends and part of the same fucking social group and even friends with the fucking judge.
Listen, we don't know about that. All right, so I'm asking a question again. How about telling the child to record her conversation with, and then an objection?
Objection, Your Honor.
The guardian ad litem.
Leading the witness. She's giving statements. She's confirming thoughts before asking the question. Continue. She's not asking direct questions. She's leading the witness.
The objection's overruled. It's a hypothetical question.
Fuck you, bitch!
You may answer, doctor. You may answer, doctor.
Get bent, fucking goddamn judge. You're a fucking asshole. You're paid. Paid by the fucking opposition.
Let's leave the commentary.
Alex Jones was right.
Leave the commentary in the locker room. It's your answer now. Oh.
Okay. Sorry, Judge. I can't hear you very well. The judge can't hear either. Okay. All right. That is also consistent with a parent who is creating a sense of overdependency, if you will, and a lack of trust on other adults. Okay.
So, and you mentioned that you believe that this case was severe. Why do you think that this is a severe case? It's like be interesting.
When I'm doing reunification, sometimes the child, after a couple of sessions, they'll agree to have a phone call or some kind of Zoom or move from the position of all good or all bad and have some kind of gray area. And they think, when they think about it, about the other parent, this child doesn't have that. This child has a mom is all bad, and that is consistent with, and dad is idealized and is all good. That's consistent with a severe case.
Is there any other kind of...
through your fucking course of goddamn differential diagnosis.
Is there any other... I don't have a course yet. Is there any other kind of treatment for a situation like this?
Bitch, I went through your fucking course. There is a course.
You haven't paid tuition yet.
Fuck you.
For a situation other than removal.
Not that I'm aware of.
And Dr. Theus, based on your training and your experience and your interaction specifically with Sophie, do you believe that her profile is consistent with someone who would benefit from this type of removal therapy?
It is consistent with that, yes.
And do you believe that because it's consistent, she would benefit from this kind of therapy?
Yes, it does. Yes.
Thank you. I will pass the witness. The court, Mr. Rootson, do you have any follow-up questions to Ms. Martin? Mr. Rootson says, I do not. The court, okay, Dr. Theus, Mr. Long is representing himself pro se. That is, he doesn't have an attorney. Nevertheless, he is allowed to cross-examine you, to question you, and I'll ask you to answer the questions from him in the same manner you did from Ms. Martin. Mr. Long, whenever you're ready, sir. So cross-examination by Mr. Long now. So I will be Mr. Long, and you will still be Dr. Theus. Oh shit! I almost spilled my Mountain Dew.
Yeah, don't do that. Do you need a fucking sippy cup?
Possibly. I'm almost out of Mountain Dew too. That's a problem. So, good afternoon, Dr. Theus. Now, remember, guys, we're in cross now. We're in cross. So this is Mr. Michael Long from this randomly selected case I found. He's the father of this. There's alleged allegations of sexual abuse and stuff. Again, this is a randomly selected case that I found documentation for. So if anyone's curious, you can find more information about that case online. Just Google it. Bigot. It's the morning, by the way. It's still morning.
Fuck you, Judge!
I love this. This is just so funny when I read this. Yes, sir. Good morning. Thank you for being here today. I thought that was, I mean, to be fair, probably very fucking boring in the courtroom, no windows and shit. I just have a few questions I want to touch on. In the time that you've drawn a number of conclusions. Since October, and that agreement was, I guess, arrived to, you've seen Sophie a total of 6 times. Even though prior to starting to see her, actually, you reviewed the court order agreement that we had. You were pretty specific about wanting to review it ahead of time before seeing her, and you knew that the agreement that we'd entered was for you to see her twice a week. Is there a reason that you decided to only see Sophie on a very occasional basis compared to 2 times a week? It's a good question. To be fair, I'll give him that. It's a good question.
It fit with my schedule and how far you had to drive.
And Dr. Theus, you had mentioned that a child over time can tend to make progress with these topics. Do you feel at this point that if Sophie had seen you on a more regular basis, you would have had the opportunity to work through the reunification topic with her? I don't know if he continues. Okay, no.
No.
Okay, and sir, could you say that why you believe that?
Because that's my experience, and my experience of your daughter is that she was fixed. And I did gymnastics to try to figure out a way to even to have even a modicum of a small phone call, and she was just fixed in that position. She has 0 positive things to say about her mother, and when you have that, there's just the reunification therapy is not going to work.
Okay, and Dr. Theus, in your experience, having seen thousands of children who have gone through different and terrible situations, along the way, have you encountered children who have actually gone through situations so terrible that they develop this affinity towards the parent that abused them or the environment that they lived in? That's a decent question. I'll give them that. There you go.
I'm sorry. State say it again, please, for me, please.
What I'm trying to ask you, Dr. Tease, I don't know how that, I guess, typo, is in that the years that you've seen children, all these thousands of children, I would imagine you've run into some pretty extreme cases in your line of work.
Yes.
Have you come across children who have developed, I guess you would call it, such a distrust for the other parent or environment that they were living in that their expressions can't just be discounted as alienation if not for insistent that they know where they need to be safe?
I'm sorry, I still don't understand the question. Bitch, yes you do!
I mean, it's kind of convolutedly worded. I'll give her that, or give him that.
It's not fucking convolutedly fucking worded. It is simply fucking worded.
I'm giving the benefit.
Literally goes back. I'm not giving you benefit of doubt to fucking anything at this goddamn point. This job. Bitch is literally fucking goddamn lying.
It's a dude, but you mean the attorney, or do you mean the doctor? Oh, it's a dude because you just misgendered him. So
bitch is bitch. I will call a dude a bitch. I will call a bitch. I don't fucking care.
So first last says these aren't good questions. He's just letting the doctor reinforce his position. And affinity, I think he means aversion. Yes, I agree. That was the wrong word. I know what affinity means. The reason I say they're interesting questions is, and he develops them a little bit better, I think, as we continue, about like seeing extreme cases and this distrust, right?
Yes, Gabe, psych is sus.
So here we go. Continue. So Dr. Theus, so the doctor asked to say it again. And so Michael continues, Dr. Theus, when you see a child that's been abused heavily in an environment or an environment that they consider unsafe, obviously the child's mind is different than the adult's. But when you encounter a child who has been in that type of environment or experienced things that Sophie has reported to, do you not believe in your professional opinion that a child could actually develop a type of distrust so great they would intentionally show favoritism or siding on their own to avoid going back into that environment? And then it's your turn.
Okay, I've had a number of cases like that over the years. But when the cases that come to mind are when the parent puts cigarettes out on a children and there's scars.
Yeah.
Bullshit. And there's forensic data, actual data to support that they've actually been abused. Bullshit.
Sure. Oh, sure.
So this means he's never fucking seen a goddamn sexual abuse case.
Hold on. I'm going to pull up some interesting shit here in a minute.
And so those children absolutely don't ever want to go see that parent again. So yeah, I've seen that in children.
Thank you. And Dr. Theus, you said that you've been informed or clued into the circumstances leading up to reunification therapy being agreed to. You mentioned a couple points that have come up about there being a potential sexual abuse going on in the home, and I believe that was it. Was there any other details that you were provided before seeing Sophie about the environment that she lived in and the circumstances with the police arriving to her home, being locked in a room to avoid fights with her mother, and her mother's boyfriend at the time? And then Mr. Rootson, so the attorney for Kelly objects. Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Long says he'll rephrase it. And then Mr. Long continues with, Dr. Theus, you were informed prior to meeting with her that Sophie had, in fact, been living in an environment where 911 was called 8 times over the course of 5 months to their home. Mr. Rootson objects, and then Mr. Long says, okay, it's submitting facts. Of course, let's go on. Not in evidence. The court says no, it's cross-examination. So Mr. Long continues.
Fuck you, Routson! Eat a goddamn bag of dicks, you fucking shithead!
Naughty One says hi, Twisted Puppet, in chat. So Mr. Long continues. Dr. Theus, you were informed prior to meeting with Sophie that there had been multiple investigations by CPS that they had deemed the children to be in danger in that household prior to you meeting with her. Did you have a true context of the life Sophie was having prior to actually meeting and working on reunification? And then so Miss Martin objects, Your Honor, compound question.
Who the fuck is Miss Martin again?
The other attorney for Miss Martin is, God damn it. Hold on. Where's the fucking thing? Martin. Miss Martin is the guardian ad litem for the children.
See, that's the fucking problem I have. That bitch was not working. Yeah, she should never have even been fucking there asking goddamn questions because the child wasn't there. Nothing about the child's fucking best interest was being fucking questioned. That bitch was working for the fucking, the Kelly Long side. That bitch should not have been doing anything at all at that goddamn hearing. So now I'm severely fucking pissed.
Tell me how you really feel.
Bitch, you don't come to fucking court and do any goddamn thing unless it's in regards to the child's wishes and the child's best interests, because your bitch ass is representing the child, not a party to the fucking case. You shut your fucking mouth unless the goddamn child wants something said.
You shut your whore mouth. That's what I'm hearing right now. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. Property. Hold on. I'm trying to... People, just to prove that I'm not lying, I'm trying to pull up the proof that this is the guardian ad litem, because I know someone's going to say it's not. So this is from... so apply the redaction. Redactions have been applied. And the redacted copy's been made. Okay. So, and then I will screenshot it. And then this is from the... so I just pulled this over onto the screen. Oh, shit. Don't do that. So I just pulled this on the screen. This is from the full hearing transcript. So Miss Martin... So Miss Stephanie Martin, law office is Stephanie Martin, blocked out the address and telephone number, guardian ad litem for the children. So there you go. So it is the gal.
Fuck this cunt.
So just to make sure everyone's on the same page, the guardian ad litem, even though there's an attorney ad litem on the case, the guardian ad litem was acting in the capacity of both a guardian ad litem and an attorney ad litem, and was asking the direct examination questions to the reunification psychologist. Take for that what it is.
Reading it into the fucking terms of what the goddamn mother wanted. And that's what pisses me the fuck off. That bitch is friends with fucking Routson. She's friends with the fucking previous judge, the goddamn current judge, and it severely fucking pisses me off how just goddamn incestuously fucking connected that goddamn legal community is in that fucking county. None of it should fucking exist at this point. That all of the attorneys connected to this fucking case need to goddamn be disbarred. The judge should be disbarred. All the fucking judges in that county should be disbarred. Any fucking attorney that is employed in that county should be disbarred. Anybody connected to this fucking case that is a goddamn lawyer who has fucking worked on this case in any capacity should be fucking disbarred.
I'm gonna need you to calm down before I have to start issuing out refunds for eardrums. So I think, let me turn you down.
Did you buy their eardrums? Did they buy their eardrums from you? No? Fuck them. Get bent. No refunds.
I turned you down a little bit. Hopefully that'll help. So
I'll just get louder.
Just back up if you're going to get loud. Just back up. Okay. All right. So Miss Martin objects, and then you answer.
Fuck you, Miss Martin.
You answer from our God damn it, our best friend Miss Martin requests you and Nance. Motherfucker. Okay. What did they do wrong? Don't say everything. Okay, here we go. Okay, here you go. Now your turn.
Yes, your previous attorney, Miss Jamie Graham, who was also a fucking incestuous goddamn bitch, and I had multiple phone calls about that, and so your previous attorney, who was also a goddamn connected bitch, attorney gave me the background information that in terms of the allegations and the investigation, which was a total fucking lie, the goddamn bitch just fucking told you everything. I think I turned you down just a little bit
too much. Let me put you back up right about there.
I moved the microphone away.
Okay. I put you back up at like 70 because I put you down at like 60. Okay, Mr. Long now. I know I had to do that. God fucking I'm going to like start throwing shit. This pen tablet is great, but frustrating at the same time. I love playing with it. I love having my pen in my hand and moving it back and forth during my streams. Thank you, Dr. Theus. So in that case where there's like a child like Sophie living in an environment that in her eyes seems unstable, scary, leading up to what she has alleged is sexual abuse going on in the home, you said a cigarette burn would be something that would be cause for a child to not want to go back and be adamant about it. Do you not feel that if a child was sexually abused in the home and they felt that their mother was witnessing it knowingly, they wouldn't want to go back to that environment?
Well, okay, hold on, pause.
Okay.
So apparently this stupid fuck thinks that mental scars are not real scars. Which I have a fucking problem with that.
Let the doctor explain himself, and then
hold on a minute. I had a friend that had the similar fucking issue where his parents didn't think that his mental scars were just as important as his adopted brother's mental scars or physical scars, because his adopted brother, because they were both adopted, but his adopted brother was like badly burned and disfigured, like he didn't have legs and whatnot because his mother put him in a scalding hot water bath when he was a baby, so he's like severely disfigured and shit. But my friend had like a ton of fucking mental scars from when he was a kid, like a small child, and his mother fucking like severely mentally abused him. So the two were just as fucking abused when they were children, but one had physical scars, the other one only had mental scars, and their adopted parents gave more credence to the kid with physical scars than they did with the kid with mental scars. So that's what this fucking this expert is doing, and this pisses me off because that friend with the mental scars ended up fucking getting way goddamn worse because his mental scars were not acknowledged as being an existent thing. And because of that, he went down a road that was rather fucking dark.
Yeah, and I am a big proponent, and I tell people this all the time. and I tell clients this all the time too, is that I truly believe, and no one really argues the point with me, is I do believe that mental and emotional abuse can be worse than physical or sexual abuse. In some cases, it depends a lot on certain facts of the case, and there's issues with it because, as we're kind of going to see, and so we'll try and get through this. And so I know I'm going to be running out of time here soon, so we do need to try and finish this document at least, and then we might finish the misdiagnosis of PAS thing another day. But we will get through that because I think literally reading the whole thing is important. Oh, okay. God damn it. What did I just do?
You scrolled up.
Okay.
So we started at Will.
Okay, I asked you this question, and then you said, well, and then Dr. Theus, and then you went without.
Without.
And then the court says, Dr. Theus, this is Judge Snipes. Assuming those facts are true, okay, assuming that.
Okay, the judge should never have fucking interrupted like that.
That was weird.
That's fucking retarded.
So you say,
so
okay.
This right there shows that the fucking judge is biased and is trying to also fucking lead the goddamn witness.
Pull commentary back. I'm getting a little bit of hate in the chat. So I want to try and get through this, and then I'll give my assessment of it. I understand it's frustrating. Trust me, I want to bitch too, but no hurt, no offense. Like, I'm not being mad at you. Just I will be running out of time here shortly. So the court says, do you need the question we asked Dr. Theus? Dr. Theus?
Assuming okay, yes, I do. Please.
Okay. So Mr. Long says, okay. So what I was trying to say is it's established that there were multiple CPS investigations in the home, and it is established that 911 was called a total of, I believe, 8 times to the home by Kelly Long prior to me ever knowing about this, and this all cascaded into eventually Sophie making allegations about there being sexual abuse in the home. Do you not see that crescendo of life experience potentially leading up to the crescendo, sorry.
I'm sorry, it's an Italian word.
I'm one win, one loss on pronunciations today.
I'm a band nerd, shut up.
I did say that doctor's name started with N properly too. So that's a 2-to-1 win ratio right now. I'll take that properly. I did not fuck that up. I almost did. To a place where a child would absolutely revolt from returning to that environment into the care of a parent that was allowing it to happen. And so the court says, yeah, and again, this is Judge Snipes, assuming all that's true, Dr. Theus.
Assuming that's all true, that the child believes that all happened, then it makes sense that what the child would do and not want to go back if the child believes that to be the case. No shit, Sherlock.
And like I said, this is to establish there is clear documentation of the incidents occurred before, but in the case of Sophie specifically, and then Miss Martin objects, Your Honor, I object to sidebar. Mr. Long, excuse me, we are the court. Mr. Long Mr. Long says, yes, Judge, ask questions. Mr. Long got it. The court says no speech is okay. Mr. Long says okay. And then Mr. Long continues with this question. So, Dr. Theus, you're dealing with a child who has a context that is severe in their perspective. Would you not agree that a child that has enough emotional, mental maturity to be in such a position to make that decision and be adamant about their choice based on their previous experiences? Let me rephrase that, Dr. Theus. I'm sorry. I get a little verbose. Say, you got to turn off debugging. Got to turn off debugging mode. But a child who has an intellect level high enough to make decisions about where they feel safe and not safe, do you not believe that a child that would have gone through traumatic experiences prior and leading up to sexual abuse would not develop such a concrete belief about where they are actually safe and where they should be?
If a child has actually gone through those experiences, the child has actually been sexually abused. If a child has actually been tortured or neglected, then those children respond in a certain way in which they don't want to go see that. So if those facts are actual facts and they actually did happen, then a child responds accordingly, or in most cases. However, a child who can create an environment can have a memory that may be disconnected with actual reality can also have that. False memories coded in the brain can respond similarly to an actual memory. So that's why it's very difficult to determine if something actually happened. If you have to look at the investigation and see the actual data to support whether the allegations are factual or not. That is a load of fucking not answering the goddamn question.
A bit, but I'll touch on it in a bit. So question, yes, Dr. Theus, of course, thank you for your candidness in that. So just to be clear, before we conclude that there's a particular treatment option that will be best for a child who is showing, like I said, a rebellion from actually going back to a parent where they do not feel safe, you have not ruled out the possibility that Sophie actually experienced what she experienced, are you? And then your turn.
I am not evaluating the veracity of it. All I am saying is that her presentation with me is inconsistent with the thousands of children I've worked with who have gone through abusive situations.
Yes, Dr. Theus, but are you also saying that it is consistent with a child that would have gone through extreme circumstances leading up to them having an outcry?
I don't understand the question. Yes, you do.
Okay, given the nature of what I had described earlier about the circumstances in the home, and I know we're leaving it up to if this is true, if it is true that there were CPS investigations, if it is true that police repetitively showed up to the home, and the child had lived through experiences such as being locked in a room while domestic violence was occurring with the parental people in the household, concluding leading into sexual abuse, would that child have not have experienced enough trauma to actually revolt in the way that Sophie's revolted?
Yes, and also shows residual symptoms given that severity of abuse.
And Dr. Theus, in your experience, if a child who has gone through experiences like that finds a safe landing place after a very traumatic time period, how long do you think it would actually take or normally take for a child to start feeling comfortable with themselves and their environment again?
It depends on the child.
Sorry, of God. Continue.
What happened before the environment? So there's a lot of variables, so it's difficult to predict that.
Dr. Theus, did you ever see any symptoms of PTSD with Sophie when you met her?
She doesn't meet the diagnosis in 6 sessions of PTSD.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. I guess when you first see Sophie, Dr. Theus?
I think the first part of December.
The first part of December. Okay. So first part of December. The original TRO for the parties involved here was filed at the end of July. Do you feel that a child describing an experience that took place, let's say in May, between May and June of 2020, in 6-7 months, assuming that they're in a safe landing place where they're comfortable, do you feel like that they would be long enough for a child to start adopting or a calmer demeanor and I don't know what the right word is. You describe Sophie in many ways, which she certainly is an outgoing little girl who likes to talk, very energetic. I'm telling you from my personal experience, I wasn't always that way. But do you feel that it's outlandish to assume the possibility that a child after 7-8 months of being in a safe environment could engage in comfortable interactions and be comfortable around people that they're meeting with and talkative? Is that an impossibility?
Is it impossible? No.
Okay, all right. And the court says, Mr. Long, how much longer do you have with this witness? Mr. Long says, just one more question, Your Honor. Court says, yes, sir. And then Mr. Long finishes with,
why are they trying to fucking hurry him up?
I don't know.
He should have as long as he fucking needs.
They had 4 other witnesses, I think, to do this day too. Or there was 4 witnesses.
Take as long as they goddamn need.
I know. Dr. Theus,
what
would happen if there was a rare exception to the rule, and if it was a child who was actually being honest about their circumstances and had found a safe landing place? What would happen to the child's psyche being as they are adamant not to return to the other environment if the adults surrounding them decide to put a child in that circumstance that care, take them away from the safe environment that they want to be in, and I guess, in a way, threaten them to return to the environment which they were trying to be free and clear of? What would happen to that child's psyche?
Well, it's hard to answer that question. No, it's not, because there's so many variables at play about, why we got here, how we got here, how do we get back to that? So it's difficult to answer your question. No, it's not.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Theus. I appreciate your time. Witness is excused for this hearing, and that was the end of that. And then they bring in the next witness. So that was the testimony of the reunification psychologist. Now, we're going to go back to our homework we did earlier. I hope everyone took notes. Probably not. Because
I never take notes.
So,
but surprisingly, I do well on the tests.
So remember, I highlighted a couple things in that interview. First one we're going to touch on is we're going to come back to this. If I can fucking zoom in. There we go. All right. So we're going to share. Stop that one. Share screen. The screen. Okay. And add the stream. Okay. So we're sharing screen now. So remember our fun little table here. So let's try 185. I think it was 185 was the sweet spot. That's good enough. Good enough for government work. Okay. So let me delete these for now. Okay, so we have the differential diagnosis of the 3 levels of parental alienation syndromes for children. So these are the child's symptom level. Remember, Dr. Theus described the child's presentation as being severe type. So the type they characterized it at, the level was severe. So that means all of our primary manifestations, you would expect a majority of them to lean into this side over here. So let me, so we're talking about the campaign of denigration. It's going to be formidable, weak, frivolous, and absurd rationalizations for the deprecation, multiple absurd rationalizations. Your ambivalence, there's no ambivalence at all. The independent thinker phenomena is present. You have reflexive support of the alienating parent in the parental conflict. That's definitely present if it's a severe case. No guilt. So there's an absence of guilt. There's no guilt at all. Borrowed scenarios are present in severe cases. Spread of animosity to the extended family and friends of the alienated parent. Formidable, often fanatic. And then we have, and so this is where I think things might get interesting after reading this a bit earlier. And so if we come down to the next section, so remember, this is our, I'll highlight a different color. These are the primary symptomatic manifestations, right? These are the primary things that you would expect to look for. And then these are supporting diagnostic considerations down here. Like these are other things that can help you do a differential. I don't know why it keeps fucking highlighting that stupid T.
Because you're fucking terrible at this. That's why.
No, I think it's the text recognition. I think it's because like when I go to copy text from this document, it copies like a bunch of gibberish. So it wasn't text recognized properly. So again, additional differential diagnostic considerations if it's severe. And now they don't all have to be severe. Let me specify that, right? So apparently because I only have 18 people on my stream, I'm a shit stream. Thank you, Violet. It's so sweet of you. Thank you. It's called I'm a new streamer. Not everyone starts out with 1,000 people. It's a very hard concept to understand. I understand that. I know you're processing it difficult. But if you want to have a fun dialogue and an interesting dialogue, don't be a dick about shit. How about that? Sorry. I'm going to go ahead and pull back the curtain a little bit. Apparently the number, this is like the follower argument on Twitter. The number of live viewers you have is the validity of your argument. That's what that is. So that's what we're arguing right now, is the validity of the argument is based on the number of live viewers. So because I've only got 17 people watching, almost 5-hour stream at this point, and I did a 6-hour stream yesterday on this topic. I mean, that's what you're telling my buddies, but you don't have, that's not an argument. That's an argument that's a fallacious argument, Violet. Like, seriously. If you want to actually argue the facts of the situation, argue, oh no, well this is present and you're saying it's not, or well this is the case and this is different. You're arguing using logical fallacies. You're trying to take this presentation of I'm holier than thou, I'm better than you. I've been here longer. That's the kind of shit that I'm seeing.
I can just flex my mod powers and just fucking deal with this right now.
No, it's not even worth it. So we have these additional diagnostic.
I like doing it.
So, you know, you're formidable or visit not possible for transitional difficulties. Let me go back to pink. So it's all kind of aligning right. So For those additional diagnostic criteria, visits would be formidable or not even possible. Behavior during visit, so no visit, or destructive and continually provocative. Behavior throughout the visit, which I don't know if that's the case or not because of other shit going on. Bonding with the alienator, severely pathological, often paranoid thinking or paranoid bonding. And then bonding with the alienated parent prior to alienation, strong, healthy, or minimally pathological. So I think this is actually an interesting observation. Again, it's additional diagnostic considerations, right? So it's not like a primary thing. But I think when you factor in that this down here, it applies to all three levels, is that the bond maybe wasn't the same. Maybe it wasn't strong and healthy. Maybe there wasn't that much pathology. So, Violet, if you're going to, well, I mean, the way you were coming off was coming off being insulting. I'm not saying, I wasn't trying to be, you know, I'm not trying to act like a dick. I'm trying to say is
I am.
People are, I know you are, but I'm saying I'm not, is I would like to argue the points, the facts of the matter of the shit I'm going through. And yet I swear it's like every time I turn to chat, it's, I'm seeing just so many things that are pointless. And I want people who have, and the whole reason I'm doing this is to give people the opportunity to step in and say, well, no, this makes sense based on what I've seen, or this doesn't make sense. So at this point, over 10 hours now of streaming on this subject effectively, I'll take off 2 hours for the first hour of each stream for being of the random shit. But you're talking 8 hours at this point, roughly, of legitimately non-stop discussion on parental alienation. Like this is like almost like a half of a semester worth of college classes, and hours wise, depending how long your fucking class is. Like, and I'm not saying that this is a replacement for a college course. I'm just saying that we've gone through a lot of information. I want people to take the opportunity and think about all the arguments that have been made, think about all the evidence that's been presented, and then now I'm going to do your homework for chat is I'm going to put a poll up, and it's y'all's homework. There's no right or wrong answer because this is based off of your observation. Is how do you feel about the diagnosis of parental alienation severe from the reunification psychologist based off of all the evidence that has come to light or that you have personally seen, and how would you support it? So I'll put the poll up, and then anyone who wants to back up their argument, they can do so in chat, or if they want to, they can come on for a little bit and talk about it. So let me put the poll question out. Do you support the diagnosis of severe parental alienation by the, goddammit, reunification psychologist? Yes. No. It is only moderate. Let me add some other options here. No, it is only mild. I don't see any symptoms. Damn it, there's a hard way to phrase that. God, I hate that the limit's 35 characters. No, not enough symptoms for DX. So DX is diagnosis for those who are not familiar with abbreviations with medical shit. So, and I'm just using that for now. So 4 options on the poll, which kind of sucks. So you've got yes, no, it is only moderate. Or click. So yes, I agree with reuni psych. Okay, so poll question in chat. And so let's see how this poll comes out. I'm curious to see the results of it. So think about it. Think about the stuff we talked about today, the misdiagnosis stuff, right? So think about the misdiagnosis, how the misdiagnosis can happen, the different influences that can happen for it. Think about actual diagnostic criteria for it. Does that, so I'll pull back up, where'd it go? This from yesterday. So I'll pull this over here. This is from yesterday. And this was the different, so you have the different manifestations, and they're explained a little bit better. Campaign of denigration. Alienated children are consumed with hatred of the targeted parent. They deny any positive past experiences and reject all contact and communication. Parents who were once loved and valued seemingly overnight become hated and feared. Weak, frivolous, absurd rationalizations. When alienated children are questioned about the reasons for their intense hostility towards the targeted parent, the explanations are offered are not of the magnitude that typically would lead a child to reject the parent. These children may complain about the parent's eating habits, food prep, or appearance. They may also make wild accusations that could not possibly be true. Lack of ambivalence about the alienating parent. Alienated children exhibit a lack of ambivalence about the alienating parent, demonstrating an automatic, reflexive, idealized support. The parent is perceived as perfect, while the other is perceived as wholly flawed. If an alienated child is asked to identify just one negative aspect of the alienating parent, he or she will probably draw a complete blank. This presentation is in contrast to the fact that most children have mixed feelings about even the best parents and can usually talk about each parent as having both good and bad qualities. 4, the independent thinker phenomenon. So even though alienated children appear to be unduly influenced by the alienating parent, they will adamantly insist that the decision to reject the targeted parent is theirs alone. They deny that their feelings about the targeted parent are in any way influenced by the alienating parent and often invoke the concept of free will to describe the decision. Absence of guilt about the treatment of the targeted parent. Alienated children typically appear rude, ungrateful, spiteful, and cold towards the targeted parent, and they appear to be impervious to feelings of guilt about their harsh treatment. Gratitude for gifts, favors, or child support provided by the targeted parent is non-existent. Children with parental alienation syndrome will try to get whatever they can from that parent, declaring it is owed to them. Reflexive support for the alienating parent in parental conflicts. Intact families, as well as recently separated and long divorced couples, will have occasion for disagreement and conflict. In all cases, the alienated child will side with the alienating parent, regardless of how absurd or baseless that parent's position may be. There is no willingness or attempt to be impartial when faced with interparental conflicts. Children with parental alienation syndrome have no interest in hearing the targeted parent's point of view. Nothing the targeted parent could say or do would make any difference to these children. Presence of borrowed scenarios. Alienated children often make accusations towards the targeted parent that utilize phrases and ideas adopted from the alienating parent. Indications that a scenario is borrowed include the use of words or ideas that the child does not appear to understand, speaking in a scripted or robotic fashion, as well as making accusations that cannot be supported with detail. Rejection of extended family. Finally, the hatred of the targeted parent spreads to his or her extended family. Not only is the targeted parent denigrated, despised, and avoided, but so are his or her extended family. Formerly beloved grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins are suddenly and completely avoided and rejected. So take all of this into consideration. So using this,
she still likes her grandmother.
Take all this into consideration. Take all of the supporting documentation. There's other shit too that hasn't been shown yet. So take all of this. How do you feel about this case? How do you feel about that diagnosis? And again, you're not professionals. I'm not saying you are. I'm asking you for your thoughts. I'm asking you for your interpretation. I love how there's 16 people watching, but I've got 23 votes on this shit. Explain that one. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck that works either.
I don't know how that's working. Now it's up to 27 votes, so I still don't know how that's happening.
And fucking Shinobu Tetsuka is fucking vomiting into women, so I don't even know what the fuck is going on in chat at this point.
Wait, what's going on?
Shinobu is fucking claiming, had posted like, for every minute you're sick is not in a woman, you are an incel. I'm like, what?
Are you trying to remake Two Girls, One Cup or something? which is a beautiful.
Oh wait, it thinks my dick is sick. Okay. Apparently, autocorrected dick to sick.
I have 49 likes. God damn. I'll take that.
Yeah, 50 the numbers. Likes.
Well, I mean, I've got the live counter on my side, like the live viewer thing on my side, so it's just
only 5 dislikes.
Wow.
Karen's didn't even show out today.
Affirmative nod says call ejaculating. I think, not sure. I've actually seen that joke before, but it's just now clicking. Like, I should have thought of that. So Irish's wife asked a question. So my question are, did either parent have a parental fitness assessment, not a psychological exam? And has JB tried to clear his name with a lie detector? So lie detectors can't be used in criminal court. I don't remember how they work with civil court cases like this.
I think they can be used in civil court, but either way, I don't fucking like lie detectors because they can be beaten. They're completely fucking retarded and not actually based in science. So even in this case where I don't like the guy, I think he probably did it. I still don't think a lie detector would be fucking helpful. Even if I thought he was innocent, I still don't think it would be fucking helpful.
The law in Texas is very clear. Polygraph tests are not admissible in court. Not only are the results of a polygraph inadmissible in court, but the mere mention that a person has taken a polygraph is also not allowed and protected in Texas courts. And this is through HoustonCPSattorney.com. So I'm wondering what their specialty is. So no, you can't do that in Texas.
Yeah. So Nerd Trimble, Ken turned me down and the microphone is like a foot away. Yo, my bad. I don't know what to tell you.
She's still loud? Damn.
Yeah, I have no inside voice. I'm sorry. I've never. My entire family does not have an inside voice. I'm not joking. I get on the phone with my sister. I get on the phone with my fucking sister, and like, I kid you not, I can hear my nephew screaming because he doesn't have an inside voice either.
It must be genetic, yes. Yes. Let's see. I'm trying to scroll back up and see if there's any questions I missed. Before we continue on, before I close the poll, let's see. Okay, scroll back down.
Rip headphone users.
I know. I saw that many times earlier. That's gonna have a class action or something. So Muck 006
it's like Bernie Sanders, man, no refunds.
So Muck 006 says, not voting. I do not agree with reunification psychology at all. I think it is a fraud because they won't say I am not necessary and lose a job. He isn't a trusted expert on the issue, in my opinion. That's not like an invalid opinion. I believe if you have issues with that, if you have issues with parental alienation theory and the shit behind it, or the process itself for reunification psychology or therapy.
This was discussed on, I think, Nick's show the other night. The way they do this therapy, this reunification therapy, is that they literally brainwash the child. So, like, every fucking bad memory that the child brings up, the therapist will literally go, "No, that didn't happen. No, that didn't happen. No, that didn't happen," until the child accepts that the negative memories are not real.
Okay, I think it's time for some. Let me see if I can find a fucking thing of it, because we might absolutely need to go over this because it's important.
I think it's like specifically it was the turning points. That's how they do their therapy.
That's not what I'm talking about. So we're going to talk about Piaget stages of development real quick. Welcome back to Intro to Psych. This is important for when we're talking about children's, like when you talk about sex abuse allegations or abuse allegations, right? Is talking at the child's cognitive level, right? So when you're talking about, say, for example, a sexual abuse allegation, are they talking at what would be appropriate for their age? So you have roughly 4, I think there's a 5th stage they may have added. I don't remember, because there's a couple different cognitive developmental stages, or a couple different theories. I know Piaget has one. Who else is the other one?
What's an auntie voice?
What do you mean?
Short Mike says Twisted has what natives call an auntie voice. I don't fucking understand that. Shortest Mike, can you explain?
Hold on 1 second. Yeah, go ahead and answer that while I deal with this. Trying to pull up shit that's relevant. Because, like, I'm more, like, I've got all this shit running around in my head. And I'm trying to, like, think it out without fucking it up. And it's hard. So, like, you have so much fucking background, like, that people are missing. I must have missed something because I'm...
It's apparently an auntie voice is a loud voice that fills a room. You know when they're visiting.
Oh, I have to take a phone call real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. That's fucking funny. First, last. I think they didn't do a rape kit. They were gonna do a SANE test or something like that, but they sat on the damn thing for so long that it ended up not being relevant or something. Or it didn't get performed or something like that, because the alleged abuse had happened like several there was too long of a time period. Oh, they did do a SANE exam. I think it was one of those things where it was like too long of a time period between the time that the abuse happened and the time the exam was done for there to be any kind of like physical evidence. But I mean, she was treated for gonorrhea. Children can't get gonorrhea unless they've been touched. You don't get gonorrhea from a toilet seat. You don't, not from using public bathrooms or anything like that. That's literally a freaking urban myth. So the only way to get a sexually transmitted disease is from some kind of sexual touching, some kind of sexual act. That's the only way you get gonorrhea. The literal only way. That's why it's called a sexually transmitted disease. So, unfortunately, there is evidence that was suppressed that the child had gonorrhea. Personally, I think she got it from this Uncle Dan person. And it literally took like all summer to figure out that she had gonorrhea, because you don't see that in children. You literally do not see that. Kids don't get these because they're not supposed to have like contact like that. Normal people don't have contact with children like that. So, yeah. Michael apparently had to go back and talk to a nurse in order to get the correct records, because the discharge papers were falsified.
Whoa! What I walk in on? I walked in on something.
When Sophie actually got diagnosed with gonorrhea, and that was what was the issue with like the discharge and all that stuff. And the painful peeing and whatnot she was having problems with like all summer last year.
Yeah.
It turns out that she had gonorrhea, and they gave her like antibiotics for gonorrhea and whatnot.
So was the gonorrhea confirmed? Because I haven't seen that test result.
They couldn't actually officially, they didn't officially do that, because for some reason, when Kelly tried to bring cops over to forcefully remove Sophie from the hospital, and in my interpretation, kidnap her from the hospital, and Michael had to like remove her quickly. the discharge papers were altered for what the visit was for, and claimed it was for abdominal pain, and it wasn't. It was literally for the pain she had in her genital region, for like pain peeing in the discharge.
Oh, okay.
But the antibiotics they had given her were literally to treat gonorrhea. And when Michael went back and talked to the nurse later on, he was able to get the correct medical papers, which showed that she had gonorrhea. And children don't get gonorrhea unless they've been touched by somebody that has gonorrhea.
Because somebody random was right. Disease. My wife was calling me, so we're on the countdown now. So my wife's on her way home, so I got to deal with cooking and shit here soon. Naughty One said there was a sitting exam completed and diagnosed with sexual assault by parent over. The exam was passed through 3 police departments in the chain. Last shows it in Dallas. I remember that discussion.
The Dallas police were trying to fucking quash it, like big time, because that's where Jake Bellington's stepfather is a detective with a lot of fucking influence.
Say, I'm not gonna speak to any kind of shit like that. I'm speaking to. I'm speaking to shit in the record. But I do know that I'm almost certain I'm gonna get a copy of the forensic interview, the original version, not just being read on screen. And so I'll be getting a copy of that PDF at some point from one of my sources, and I'll be able to verify that it wasn't falsified. The language didn't sound falsified to me, like if I expected someone to make that up. I know that argument came up in Nick's chat multiple times, there's no way to verify that document. It's all pixelated and hazy, and you can't really... But the language is pretty consistent with what I'd expect that kind of nurse to ask questions like. That's not something you are good at unless you like most people suck at asking those kind of questions. That's why you don't ask questions. Like, you find out your kid's been abused, you don't fucking say shit and start asking the questions, because you can you can accidentally lead them. There was a whole issue in the goddamn 80s and 90s over satanic ritual abuse, where we accidentally caused a lot of people to think they had been sexually abused during satanic rituals because of bad therapists.
And that's because bad therapists. And that was fucking retarded.
Snuffle Pegas says, wait, in the mandamus, the medical reports, the test for the STD was negative. The results are in there.
The results were actually changed. Or they didn't actually do an STD test.
I know Emily says, I don't think anyone knows where the SANE exam is. If I remember correctly, when ML was live a few nights ago, he was asked about it. ML said he inquired about it, but he cannot get any answers. I can understand why the hospital would not want to disclose to male family members if the child was sexually abused by a male until the kid could be evaluated. They wouldn't want to tip their hand. You're making the assumption that the sexual abuse could only be by a male. You could technically sexually abuse a child. You could sexually abuse a female child as a woman and still transmit gonorrhea. Not as likely, but doable.
So I wasn't saying that it could only be by a male. I'm just saying that you can't get gonorrhea from a toilet seat or anything like that. It only comes from sexual interaction.
Yeah.
Period.
So I've been trying to. Let's see. Yeah, I know there are strains and shit like that, and they could have done that, but it's probably too late at this point. And
she got the right antibiotics, so
yeah. So here's my problem, and I honestly am willing to put together, because I've got some time, because I don't have a fucking job. I'm willing to put together a small group of people to develop an accurate timeline of events. And I want people from both sides of the aisle to correct each other on their inaccuracies. People who can be respectable, people who can deal with conflict well, and say, well, no, here's the evidence, or no, this is an updated version. That's what invalidates that piece. So let's add this, and like those kind of discussions. Like I'd like to get like a small group of people to assess and put together a true and accurate timeline of this. One of the things that pisses me off so fucking much about this shit is I can't tell you how many times I see shit thrown up in chats. Oh, there was a dozen of these sane exams done. You know, they traumatized the poor girls a dozen times. Trust me, I guarantee you, if that many 6 or 12 sane exams were done like that, the invasive ones that I'm talking about, there's gonna be a fucking record. That shit doesn't just disappear, and I promise you, if it's at the hands of one of those parents and they're doing it in a malicious manner, the child's going to develop something against them. I would put money on that. So Ivan says he'd be willing. I don't know if anyone else would be. Ivan, if I don't have you on Discord, or I know there's only one sane. I know that the day that I know the hospital report that was in the one thing in August or whatever, or September, they didn't do a sane because more than 5 days had passed since the last contact with the parent and some other shit, or with the potential abuser. So they didn't do the sane then. So I know that they didn't do it on at least one occasion, and I know they did do it on one occasion. Anything else, obviously it's hard to put together an accurate timeline like that. So, my initial goal was, and you guys saw my fucking little timeline I had put together using my expensive sort of software that I bought on discount, thankfully. It's a good program. It's good for like novel writing and legal shit and everything too, to help keep timelines. It's literally a timeline generator, and it helps keep track and shit. I was trying to do that from start to finish, to kind of figure out where everything sits, and the truth of the accusations, the documentation, all of it in fucking order, so it can be fucking identified, pointed out, and like, here you go, here's the shit we're talking about, right? So that's what my goal was, until people decided to get me fired. So here's what I was trying to pull up with this. So Piaget did if you're not familiar, Piaget, Jean Piaget was one of the founders of, he helped with the development of child cognitive developmental stages. There's four of them. So you have the sensio-motor stage for ages 0 to 2. Normally kids in this range, their coordination of senses with motor responses, sensory curiosity about the world, language used for demands and cataloging. Object permanence is developed. So that's where they learn the whole, if you take it away, they know it's behind the, if you hide something, they know it's hidden behind the thing now. Then you have your pre-operational stage from ages 2 to 7. Symbolic thinking, use of proper syntax and grammar to express concepts. Imagination and intuition are strong, but complex abstract thoughts are still difficult. Conversation is developed. You have your concrete operational, which is a sort of a transitional level. So 7 to 11. Concepts attached to concrete situations. Time, space, and quantity are understood and can be applied, but not as independent concepts. So, and then you have your formal operational, so 11 years and older. Theoretical, hypothetical, and counterfactual thinking. Abstract logic and reasoning. Strategy and planning become possible. Concepts learned in one context can be applied to another. Now, I know this is a very simple chart, right?
I've seen these in action, though.
But these are very fucking true. So if you have, so take, for example, the information from that forensic exam that was shared by Michael on Nick's stream. You listen to the phrasing. Does it fit within this framework, right? This is the framework where you're talking about Sophie being. Again, I don't know how I got, did my thing unplug this way? Oh, I hit the wrong button. There we go. Like, you're talking about working underneath this thing right here. So this is right here is the important shit. Are those concepts at play? Or are you talking, because she's 9 in this accusation, right? She's 9 years old. So are we seeing, and so she's like dead splitting in the middle of that, like that age range. So she's not like she's not in like a transitional period between one of them, right? So it's like dead center almost. And it's not like it's exactly that way, but you get the idea. But are you seeing adult thinking and shit like you would with an older child or an adult? Are you seeing those things? And that's what my thing has been with this sexual abuse accusation is I'm not seeing this type of shit in the phrasing and the wording. It doesn't come through to me that way. And
no,
maybe I'm
she's explaining things as if as a child would, like with a child's understanding. Like she doesn't use phrasing that indicates like what we would call the act coaching that she describes. She calls it scratching.
Because that's what it feels like. Yeah. Concepts that, so look, like literally right here. Concepts attached to concrete situations. We know scratching, we know what scratching feels like. We know it probably hurts. So if you're talking, and again, someone's going to get pissed at me for saying this, you know, if you're talking about, say, using, for example, a hypothetical person, a hypothetical child being sexually abused, but it's fondling and just digital penetration, you would get that. You could get the idea of scratching, and it feels like scratching inside of, you know, the vagina. That makes perfect sense at that age range. Like, to me, that, God damn it, you know, that makes perfect sense to me at that age range. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm willing to be wrong, but I don't know. I mean, if people disagree with me, please tell me. You know, I will, if chat does disagree with me on this, please say so. I would like feedback, because I'll tell you what, I did a fuckload of research last night, and it's between 2 to 6% of sexual abuse allegations made by a child are false allegations, right? They can be proven false. They have originations in other things. In fact, let me see if I can pull that shit up from last night. So let me pull this off the screen real quick, and let me pull up my fucking Discord, and let me go to where we were having those conversations last night. So from 10. Yes, I know I talk when I'm doing shit. Stop making fun of me.
No, I'm not making fun of you for that. Oh, okay. It's in chat. They're all like, did Twisted just get run over? Nah, I dodged it.
Probably. I don't know. Okay, so here we go. Here's some of the shit I've found. I can put it on screen if you don't trust me, but I'm reading from the thing. I took snippets out of different... What the fuck is the word? I took snippets out of different journals and articles I was reading. I have the originals on my phone, but I was taking screenshots to share with people. So here's one of them. There is consistently a significant number of professionals from various disciplines who express expectations of false allegations. 25% or higher among children and up to 80% among adolescents. There's no known scientifically valid evidence to support such expectations. Estimated rate of false allegations between the current sample in this research study fell between 4.7 to 7.6 of all child and adolescent reports. Estimates compared favorably with the 8% incident rate obtained in the clinical sample of Horowitz et al., but somewhat higher than Fowler's clinical sample rate of 3%, as well as the estimates from other studies. Here's another one. The 5 studies mentioned above this study are consistent in suggesting false allegation rates between 2 and 8% among child and adolescent reports of sexual abuse. So I was wrong. It was 8%, not 6. Primary motivation for false allegations. 21% change in living arrangement. The mean age for those allegations was 15 years. 21% retaliation. Mean age for that was 14 years of age. Attention seeking, 17%. Mean age 10. Manipulation by another, 21%. Mean age 7. Misperception by child, 7%. Mean age 4. Unknown, 14%. Mean age 6. Reasons for determining the allegations to be false. 55% was retraction by child. 48% was insufficient credibility of the child. Inside of that 48%, 20% was improbability of the report. 10% was insufficient details. 10% was inconsistencies in the report. And 10% was conflicting evidence. There was also, for other things, here we've got failure of others to corroborate, 17%. Credibility of alleged abuser, 14%. Absence of fear of alleged abuser, 14%. Absence of physical or medical evidence, 7%. Polygraph test, 7%. And so this is the reasons that like social workers or CPS and shit determined the cases to be false. So those were how those determinations were made. That's what the things they used to help make those determinations. Characteristic of cases determined to be involved determined to involve false allegations. So these are the types of cases that involve false allegations. The age range was age 3 to 17 years. The mean age was 10.6 years. Of that 12 years and older, 55% of the false allegations were 12 years and older. 96% were female. Race was 82% white. Handicapping conditions of the child. Of that, 14% were emotionally disturbed, 3% mentally retarded, 10% were other, so hyperactive. Type of alleged abuse, 65% was fondling, 20% was actual or attempted intercourse, 7% other. Relationship of alleged perpetrator, biological father, 31%. Step adoptive father or mother's boyfriend, 45%. Other relative, 10%. Child care provider, 7%. Other non-relative, 7%. And then education level. And then of the false allegations, those involved in a custody dispute was only 17%. So I thought that was interesting. Substantiation of false allegation rates, age and child in years. So for age ranges 6 to 11.9 years of age, from a total of 414 cases, 55% were substantiated, 4.3% were determined to be false allegations, and then percent of child reports was 4.3 to 7.3. Let's see, what else do I have here? Like the numbers point to false allegations being very low, right? And I'm not saying that's always the case. Obviously, there's occasionally one. When you take into consideration the totality of the circumstances, and then we got here, child sexual abuse cases in which there exists definitive, objective evidence of abuse are the exception rather than the rule. Typically, there are no eyewitnesses, and physical evidence is found in only 15% of confirmed cases. Even if medical evidence is present, it seldom identifies the specific perpetrator. Therefore, unless a confession is obtained, determination of whether and by whom the sexual abuse was committed rests in large measure on the word of the child. The evaluator may consider a range of other factors such as the behavioral and emotional state of the child and the interaction of the child and suspected perpetrator, but substantiation of the abuse allegations typically depends upon the evaluator's judgment about the validity and truthfulness of the child's statement. And these are just some of them. I've got more. Like it's a lot of shit. And what else is this? So that was like false accusation rate stuff. And then I had some research that was about like CPS workers and how they interpret and identify shit as false and the things that went into that, which was even more interesting in my opinion. So, 1 second, I gotta take another phone call.
So the wife calls and she's like 2 minutes out. So we're wrapping the stream up soon. Lil. And there better be Baby Shark playing at the end. Here, I'll start it. Baby Shark, do 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 do. Baby Shark, do 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 do. Baby Shark, do 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 do. Baby Shark. Whee! Oh yeah, we gotta do the questions. Question. Where is the question thing? Oh, here we go. Questions. Oh, by the way, if you asked a question in chat previously, I may or may not have copied your question and added it to the Google document anyway. So, get wrecked. I'm not still a fucking Democrat, bitch. I'm no longer a Democrat. I have not been a Democrat in like 5 or 6 years. I voted for Trump, fuckheads. Trump chain, choo choo. Choo choo, motherfucker, choo choo. Trump is Trump. He's not any fucking party at this point. But if he creates his own fucking party, I'm totally goddamn joining that shit. No fucking joke. Because I don't fucking like the Republicans. The Democrats are fucking evil shitheads. The Republicans are just fucking cucks at this point. If Trump starts his own fucking party, I'm totally all in. Ken needs to turn the oven on. No, Ken, not the oven. Dear God, not the oven. We need to one of the parties needs to fucking split. I don't care which one it is, because that would be fucking funny, and it would be historical, and it would be fucking awesome. So, like, a historical split of either party would be just, I would fucking nerd out like you wouldn't believe. It would be so fucking cool. But yeah, like, if the Republican Party splits, it fucking splits. I don't care. The establishment Republicans need to go fuck themselves. Just, fucking go fuck yourself, like Paul Rand, or not Paul Rand, but what the fuck is that little goddamn 12-year-old that was in Congress for a while that fucking ran the goddamn hell away the early part of fucking Trump's term? Paul Ryan, that's the little fucker's name. He had to grow a beard so people would stop calling him fucking 12-year-old. But yeah. Stupid little asshole. But like that fucker just needs to go a goddamn away. The fucking McConnell and whatnot need to go away. The fucking Lindsey Grahams need to go away. And if the Republican Party splits because Trump makes his own fucking party, who the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares? This nation didn't used to have a two-party fucking system, but then, dumb bitches fucking screwed everything up and rewrote laws to fucking make it into a two-party system. We needed to have, like, all these different goddamn parties and just have a fucking free-for-all, because the Electoral College, that was meant to fucking keep retardation from happening, like, to keep entities such as the Democratic Party from getting too much fucking power. That was the entire goddamn point of it. The entire fucking point. And every single fucking time the Democrats don't get their goddamn way, they want to do away with the fucking Electoral College. No. Fuck you. That's why we keep it. That's why we keep it. To keep these fucking tyrants from coming to power. So, my thing is, like, dissolve all the fucking parties. Fucking dissolve every single fucking party. All of them gone. Start the fuck over.
I guess I missed a bunch of stuff when I was gone. So, I gotta get going here. So, I was gonna do something else.
But we gotta ask questions. We gotta do the questions because Anthropolis says they asked a question, and there's like a couple questions in the Google Docy thingy.
So, I got a Bill Clinton question. I'll pass on. By Timothy Reaper, what is your definition of the word is? Shorts Mike asked, wonder if Ron Toybox has PAS. That's an interesting question.
I think they're talking about the child. Like the Toye's son.
Oh, I don't know. Well, he said toy box because of him getting locked in the toy box by his mom or whatever when he was a kid. So I think that was what that was about. Muck asks,
did he really?
Yes, that was in one of the interviews. Does wise decisions include ideological bias, i.e., men are always at fault, which the APA seems to have, or is this actually impartial wisdom? That's actually an interesting question. It probably would be a question for another day when I can do more digging on it. So what I'll do is I'll screenshot your questions here because that gives me the ability to kind of easily go back and find them. And I might do some digging on that in my spare time. I was going to go over the guidelines for child custody evaluations and family law proceedings by the APA because it was only 5 pages, but I don't have the time. So what I'm going to do is, instead of that, I'll give you guys access to it. So here's the link. It's just a PDF, so it's like 5 pages if you want to review it. And then you guys can look at that and compare it to the way the psychologist explained their evaluation of the client in this randomly selected case. And From there, you can continue to determine, was this assessment done properly? Did it follow the guidelines? Did it follow the guidelines to diagnose PAS? And so I'm not here to tell you what to think. I've given my personal opinion on a few things, yes, but I'm not here to say one way or the other. That's the best part about this, is I wanted everyone to have their own input. And I want everyone to have their own thoughts on this and come to their own conclusions. But to do that, you need the information, which I have happily provided to everybody over the last 5.5 hours and fucking 6 hours yesterday. So, but let's see here. Anthropolis says, is it realistic for a parent who has not had months or even weeks of isolated time with the child to brainwash to brainwash the way it's being implied S was? Would they need time and deprivation over more than what he did? And so that's a really good question. So let me pull it up. That way it's easier to fucking see, because it's trying to like explain it over the thing. So share screen, window, presenter view. So we got the question right here. Is it realistic for a parent who has not had months or even weeks of isolated time with the child to brainwash the way it's being implied S was? Would they need time and deprivation over more than what he did? In my opinion, based on my education, background, experience, I'm not an expert in this field or subject, but I've done my own digging. This has been a field of mine that I'm interested in. I specifically don't mind, like I would rather work with like sex abuse cases than deal with drug addiction. Like I would rather deal with that because I like working with those clients. I have been able to make really good progress with different clients with different types of abuse. And then Anthropolis says, to brainwash her to really be believing it, but it didn't happen. No way he had time for that intensity. That's what I'm saying is it's not even just that, right? So if we go back to, so I got to real quickly do this.
Yeah, because like he didn't have hardly any contact with them.
It's not about the time. The best part about this is it has nothing to do with time. Every bit of it has to do with this. Every bit of it has to do with the level of development. Is one, the parent would have to be thinking in this framework of concrete operational, right? They would have to be developing language and experiences that come naturally to a 7 to 11-year-old. And then brainwash the child. And you can do it in shorter times. You can do it in longer times. It depends on how severe and how in-depth it is. But I just, don't get me wrong.
I don't see how there's a way you can implant fucking memories of sexual abuse.
I've done research. I've done research papers on false memories and recalled memories, kind of talking about the satanic panic shit and how people can recall sexual abuse that never happened and shit like that. It is possible to sort. There's basically the research paper was about 10 pages of it depends. Is what it broke down to, because some things were like, well, there's this and there's other things you got to point to and factor in. There's a lot. But so there's that.
Yeah, but you can't make it cause like vaginal discharge and shit like that when she hasn't even had her first period.
I mean, you could potentially, this is getting high level shit. There's ways you could potentially make it work. I doubt that it would be doable by a parent. I don't think a parent would know what to do. I could potentially, with my skill set, teach a child to make these allegations because I know what they need to say for the allegation to be taken as true. I know how it has to come across. I know it has to come across genuine in their language, appropriate phrasing, doesn't sound like an adult, like all that shit. And so, and I'll come back to this and let me rephrase this before people take me out of context because I really got to get going here in a second. I have not sided with mom or dad. I have always sided with Sophie in this. Yeah. Because to me, that child is dealt with a trauma. I really want to watch, I think maybe next show, we're going to watch Psych Guy's fucking video on this. And I'm probably going to be pissed off and fucking rant, depending on what he says. And I don't know if I should watch it first and then watch it with you guys or just watch it live and just do it together.
Watch it live, best.
I don't want it to be boring. If it's really
boring. You want to do it tomorrow? I'll watch with you.
It depends on my availability.
Okay.
So, and I might have a very special interview coming up with a certain someone. Say, but I hate to run, but we have had a long day, a lot of reading, a lot of lessons, a lot of information shared. I hope it was educational. I hope you guys developed your ability to, I hope you guys, if anything you've walked away from this, is your ability to discriminate on the truth and the facts now that you have a better understanding of the situation. Now that you understand what it means to have parental alienation, not just some back of a cover, here's what parental alienation is. Here's the in-depth shit that gets used to do a diagnosis. No, you're not an expert. No, you don't know how to do diagnoses properly. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't have the ability to make an opinion. You have an informed opinion now based off of a 45-minute training by a PhD level professional, other documentation from the Handbook on Parental Alienation Syndrome, the International Handbook of Parental Alienation Syndrome, on what to look for in misdiagnosis. Also, Ivan, I did notice that too. There's a lot of things to take into consideration here. I'm not 100% Michael's side. I'm not 100% Kelly's side. I actually have a theory that I don't think Kelly is necessarily an active participant in abuse. And it's going to be a complicated thing to explain, and I need permission to talk about documents first to do that.
Not necessarily active in it, but not necessarily stopping it either.
Think like a DV thing. Kind of the same thing where you're doing it for the sake of the family, or you don't feel as though there's an out if you do. There's a bunch of, or there's a safety thing, or that, like, so I don't think it's active. I think, again, it's a guess based off of very, very limited information. But
I don't even have the same information you do. But yeah.
I mean, I've got very specific shit that no one else does. I've been given great sources.
One last comment though from me. With all of the shit that has happened between in the entire case, I still think the best solution for the kids is to have them removed from both homes and placed into like a foster care situation that is, not in a home with someone who is not related to any party in the case, not an aunt, not a distant relative, none of that. A complete fucking stranger, maybe possibly in a group home setting. That would be best for all of the children involved. So that they can decompress, because at this point it is required that they decompress and get away from the situation and find a place where they neutrally feel safe from everything.
It's pretty intense.
Because this is a fucking issue where they need to be in a neutral zone, away from the father, away from the mother, and evaluate it based on that. Not evaluate it based on how do we get them reunified with the mother. No. They need to just be, it needs to be investigated as what's going on with the kids.
So here's what we got. So thank you for your time today, Twisted. I thank you for helping with the transcript. I know you were a bit passionate at some points. Thank you everybody for showing up. I know it's been another long fucking stream. Hopefully this helps get my fucking watch hours up. I hate to go, so I have to really run. So no outro today. But thank you all.
I apologize for no one's earphones.
That too.
No refunds.
No refunds. Hashtag no refunds. Refunds. And keep an eye out. Follow me on Locals. For that's where you'll find the announcement if I end up getting this special interview done and set aside. So be ready for that at some point in the near future. I don't have a confirmation on it yet. I don't know how long it's going to be. If it's going to be 1 hour or 6, but I'm going to ask for as much time as I can get. So keep an eye out for that. And that's not going to be a law-based interview. That's going to be a psych-based interview. As far as I want mental health background, I want family information, like that shit. That's what I want. I don't want to talk about the law. So, because that's not my area of expertise, quote unquote. My area of expertise, quote unquote, using it as just a generalized term, is my background's in mental health. So I want to talk mental health. But I'm going to let you guys go. Thank you again, Twisted, for your time. And if anyone wants to email me about helping out in any way with either reviewing my videos or potentially putting together some sort of timeline panel, send me an email or reach out to me on Discord. I'll see if I can put something together. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Have a great day. And thanks for watching Ken's Counseling Couch. I'll see you guys next time. Peace.
Peace, baby shark. Do 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 do.
No.